Well, good afternoon and welcome to Sydney Parade this Saturday morning, Saturday the 17th of May 2025. We've just seen and thank North Down for their participation in a minute's silence for Peter Prendergast. Peter, who passed away earlier this week. President Dave O'Riordan got it exactly right tone and right words. And he said that Peter was an immensely popular guy and he will sorely be missed, and that is indeed true. We're here today for the Irish Senior Cup between North Down and Pembroke. This game is being scored on NV Play. If you'd like to find that online, best of luck with it.
Cricket Ireland site.
If you go via the Cricket Island site, you might get a scorecard and a scoreboard. I'll be working off my phone here. But as Pembroke are in the field, I'm delighted to say joining me in the box first thing this morning, Graham Mooney. Good morning, Graham.
Morning, Craig. Very nice to be here. As always, sun is out, so it's couldn't ask for more. North Down have won the toss. They've chosen to bat. Not unexpected on such a sunny, glorious day. The track is looking great out there. Dale, as always, has done a wonderful job. And we're going to have Luke Murray to open from the St. John's Road end.
Yeah, Pembroke investing a lot in their youth here. Luke Murray, he's made the breakthrough to the first 11 and has impressed.
He certainly has. Played in the Leinster Senior Cup last week.
Yeah, out in Adamstown.
And
the thing is, on that side, when he was probably the only bowler on the team who had experience of bowling on a mat.
Yes. Actually, true. I hadn't thought of it that way. He had the only footwear
suitable for a mat.
Or used to running. Yeah, some of the bowlers looked a bit funny in their footwear. But he had also had his breakthrough in the league as well. So he's already picked up a few wickets this year on the ones. As you said, it's great to see.
I must admit, I've been that busy at work, I haven't had the usual time I'd have to look up people's stats and who's the leading wicket takers and who's the leading batsman.
Well, the umpires look ready. Scorers look ready. Pembroke starting with 2 slips as they normally do in the power play.
That's some haircut Luke Murray has had. Very smooth around the sides. He's following the rugby players. They all seem to be going that mullet look.
Yeah, the style.
I have to say it's popular with the young people, Graham.
Well, I'm certainly not going to mention my hairstyle from my youth. It wasn't as it was a
your
lot
youth,
worse.
From now, from all time.
Listen, the one hair I have is very happy where it is.
Yeah, between your breasts. Anyway.
It's a bit early for that.
As soon as we get into the match centre, North Down have won the toss and elected to bat first.
So, nice gentle opener from Luke, just back of a length, play down. Just second slip there with the dive. That looks like Tim Tector first slip. Everyone looks the same from this distance with the hats on. So I can't tell Tim Tector's a first slip though with his white
oh, that's Tim.
Yeah, warm-ups or whatever they have under the top.
Greg Hollins with the gloves today, and he takes that one. Left outside off. No danger to man, beast or wicket.
I'm just going to try to do it. We've got JJ Garrett in his usual backward point position. Gavin Hoey as ever with the tail, in the covers. Skipper at mid-off, Paul Lawson. And again, just back of a length and play down. Oh, enthusiasm there from JJ. We've Jack Tector at mid-on.
Yeah, legend of the game, legend of the club. Theo Lawson on the ground this morning. Good morning, Theo.
Chair or select? Chair or cricket, which do we call it?
Hmm?
Chair or selectors or chair or cricket? Which
Is
it?
he?
Yeah, he's still involved, yeah.
Murray in again, it's in the air, flies past a diving JJ Garth, who certainly isn't being hidden in the field today.
That would have been a spectacular one to start today.
Well, no better man for a spectacular catch than JJ Garth, that's for sure.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, come on down. Be great. People volunteering left, right and centre to come into the commentary box today. Perhaps you're one of them and you might like to come down now.
I think they're just trying to keep us off the mics.
Heatley.
So to finish out the... Oh, well, we'll just wait till the next delivery from...
Yeah, to let him actually finish out the over.
Yeah, yeah.
We will keep you up to date with the score on a regular basis because
I'll have something up in a while.
we'll get the scoreboard into the corner of your screen later on. That one goes wider than the blue line and is signalled a wide, and quite rightly so. Just a reminder that the live chat is open on YouTube. You can also message us directly. I'm sure a few of you have my number. Yeah, I was saying we're going to have plenty of guests in the box today. Well, Theo Lawson's going to do a little stint, and Kieran Sharp
Oh, brilliant.
and Heatley Detector will be on.
Yeah, we might have... Will Houston said he might pop down if he was around.
Yeah.
Bit of senior
In fact, you mentioned that to me during the week, so it's and I tell you what, it's a great day for doing laps.
Yes. Yeah, so we'll have a break.
So we'll get a break and be able to do laps and
When you do your camera and directing debut.
no. And we'll get you to fire up the barbecue soon enough.
Yeah.
Just,
that's well bowled.
just a little production team barbecue going ahead today.
Why not on a day like today? It really is glorious. It's literally not a cloud in the sky here today in the Brook.
Well, usually there's only one cloud, but it covers the entire country.
Yeah.
But today, you're quite right. You're actually seeing
The
just
vapour.
one chemtrail from a
Yeah.
plane, which of course is all the government needs to keep us all subdued, and all your conspiracy theories that go along with those things. I mean, I've never heard anything such rubbish in my life.
I have.
How close?
I was only the other night scoring at the women's. Oh, we've Paul Lawson anyway to come on from the nursery end. So there's spin seam. Pembroke like to utilise this a lot.
Try and keep this going.
Yeah. So 2 from the first over, or no, sorry.
Bowler's initial
Yeah.
score at the end of the over.
Yeah.
And that way we'll have the comparison for the second innings.
Yeah. So they've utilised this a lot this season. Spin from one end, seam from the other, despite it being the power play. So this is the interesting thing about All Ireland's, because obviously we do this a lot and we get used to a few of the players around. These are all new players to us.
Well,
you don't see...
The North Down Club have had some illustrious names wearing their shirts over the years. Do you know their overseas professional back in '91 was Michael Clark? Oh, that's nearly chopped back onto his own stumps. First ball up. That will certainly give Lawson a bit of a smile, a wry grin. You can see the batsman was looking to take him on straight away with a straight bat. And Lawson getting enough turn to find that inside edge.
That would have been a perfect start for him. But just a bit of luck to the batsman. Yeah.
This one just played away safely.
I presume Michael Clark was 12 at the time.
Well, it was 1991, so...
Yeah,
all
you
that.
look up
And the other
Wikipedia.
thing I saw on the history of North Down, they have a good website and a bit of history in there, as this one's played out in the offside.
Collar
It does
one.
go to the fielder. They had one captain from 1910 to 1946. Their first team club captain was the same guy for 36 years. That's some going.
That's what happens when you don't go to AGMs.
Yeah, if you don't attend. Oh, well, re-elected again.
Any other nomination? Anyone? Bueller.
So Lawson now looking to close out this over.
Well tossed up there from Lawson. So again, yeah, it's great. Obviously, that's the great thing about the All Ireland. You get to see some new faces. We just don't know much about them. Down the leg, that'll be wide.
Mohammed Ahil and Alistair Shields, the North Down captain. And good afternoon to Ian Thompson. He's down in Gorey.
Oh, hello, Gorey. Is it as sunny down there as here?
I'd say it is.
Yeah.
I'd say it is.
Well judged. That's really well judged.
No.
Lawson finding the line he wants. Oh, we have a little bit there now.
There
Up
we
on
go.
screen.
Look
A
at
little.
that.
It's not as comprehensive as the Cricket Club's banner, unfortunately, but we have something. We'll have the basics today. So, that closes out the over. Just the single and the wide from it. So, 2 again. That brings the score to 4 off 2 overs.
Well, it's a steady start for North
Yeah.
Down. They've made the long trip down from Coma, County Down, and there have been a couple of hours in the car, perhaps stopping off at Castle Bellingham for a coffee and a Danish.
Through the Port Tunnel.
And
Hopefully, a bit of traffic there today with the bridge going up and down.
Well, Saturday. Murray into his second over now. He's bowling from the St John's end. This Bob Kerr All-Ireland clash. First round clash, North Down.
Tossed. Oh, that's well played.
Oh, that's a lovely shot through the covers. That's going to run away, and that's going to be our first boundary of the day. I get the feeling we're going to see a few more today, but that's the first one underway, and North Down will feel a bit better about that now. Alistair Shields, that was. And you see here, what a lovely shot it was. Murray just leaving it wide enough to allow him, not
Just
really that
lean
much
in.
footwork,
No.
but it wasn't needed. The ball was in the right spot for him.
It was full enough that he didn't need to move the feet much. He just leant in nicely, and as always, with 2 slips in place, there are gaps in the covers. There are gaps in the covers, but yeah, you're gonna see boundaries in this first 10 overs. That's a better length.
And well left by Shields. Shields not being greedy about it. That one was much closer to the body. Couldn't free his arms.
Oh, you've even got bowling.
Was it bowling?
That's bowling.
That's bowling. And there's the scorecard. Remember,
Past the batter on.
the director is messing it here. Niall is ever trying to get it perfection.
Well, that's what it is. It's a search of perfection.
Yeah. And he'll never find it because he'll never be happy.
Oh, wild swing of the bat from Shields on this occasion. It was a wider ball, but that wasn't the one to play at that. Well, he plays the right shot now, of course.
We all do.
Oh, don't we? Don't we all? Ian McElwain was the best one for that. You have an almighty slog at something. And it's good afternoon to you, Ian, if you're joining us from Saudi Arabia. And he'd have a great big slog. And then he played the most correct shot while the ball was on its way back to the bowl and hold the pose.
The MCC guide.
Oh,
yeah.
I tell you,
I remember those posters.
There was a man never...
Oh, well bowled. That's the length Luke is looking for. Obviously, the 4 he went for earlier in the over, it was too full. That seems to be the length he wants to keep the ball at today. It's a decent carry so far.
Yeah, very much so. I think Murray's doing a fine job here opening up. Of course, Byron McDonough will be the main pace threat today.
Yeah.
On the spin side of things, where you've got the Wolves captain, Gavin Hoey, JJ Garth, both with leg spin. Paul Lawson's off spin, which we've already seen.
We would have...
That's well chased down.
Yes, that's going to be 3.
Oh, I don't mind it being 3.
No,
He's safe
just
to
the
run.
2. Safe to 2, actually. And then we have Seam in the form of Andrew Downton.
Yep.
So there's options. But it's going to be a tough day. It's not a day where you're bowling a team out in 10 overs for 50 runs. This is...
Oh, whoa. When we were here, and they did almost, well, not 10 overs, but Railway,
Yeah, wow.
that league game. What do you do for the rest of your day?
Whoa, you sued to Soros. Oh, a little full. That's going to be... Oh, it's out. Oh, that's a bonus for Pembroke. A poor ball from Murray. He'll admit that himself. A low full toss, and unfortunately for North Down, the batsman could only just chip it back to the waiting hands of Jack Tector at mid-on. Took it on his knees, but the important thing is he held on to the ball, and Pembroke have the breakthrough. That's a great result there for Pembroke.
Well,
Nothing ball, but it got what they needed.
the third over, that's all it is. And North Down, the captain is headed back to the sidelines. Alistair Shields.
He'll be very upset.
Well, it was just a nothing shot, wasn't it?
Yeah. He just poked. He half turned the bat. in a way, a leading edge. But look, a low full toss, and all he managed to do was pop it up.
I can give you a shot,
Yeah.
but we won't see the catch.
Yeah, here we unfortunately we won't have the catch in the frame. We weren't. It was a bit too quick to dip up, but we'll see here now.
No, not that. It was me messing with trying to fix the overlay, and he bowled a bit quick on me.
See, there it is.
How disappointed his shield's going to be to that.
If that had
It was a nothing ball.
Yeah, yeah.
It was a
warm up. It was a warm up.
So often a bad ball gets a wicket, though, Graham.
I know that all too well. I lived on them.
If you're going to get there before,
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I kind of give you a chance, don't I? Sometimes I want to get there first. But
so 8 for 1 after 3 overs. You can see that score. 10 for 1.
Yes.
After 3 overs, you can see that score in the bottom left of your bottom right of your screen. Bottom left, there's just a big patch of green, and Paul Lawson now will continue from the nursery end.
I would say, I'll wait till after. It's back of a lens. Yeah, that'll make North Down a little wary, the early wicket. But I would say if you'd bowled that same ball to Alistair in 5, 6, 7 overs time, that would have he would have planted that into the wall.
Yeah.
It's just one of those deliveries.
Early in the innings, you're a bit hesitant.
Yeah.
You don't want to take the bowler on. You're willing to take the runs he gives you.
Yeah.
But you don't want to take him on.
Yeah. But if that had been bowled.
If that's in the 41st over.
Yeah. Oh, it's gone.
That's still in the air now.
New ball, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well.
And we do have Mr. Houston on the ground.
I was going to say.
Yeah. I hope all those comments I've made over the years hasn't got him sacked from
so Will,
umpiring.
You fancy doing a bit?
Yeah.
Well, in that case, I will take my leave of you for the time being. Take my first break of the day, first of many, I suspect.
Yeah.
If a wicket falls like that, then you can keep an eye on them, and I put them in there. Sorry, you want that?
So.
And that.
Here we got.
And
Keane Hilton, the wicketkeeper. And this will be the great thing about having Will on the air. He knows well ball from Lawson. He knows some of these players because he obviously umpires into pro. So welcome to your first stint of commentary, Will.
I'll do my best not to make a complete mess of this.
So
hello, everybody.
So it'll be just like your umpiring career.
I should have expected that early doors. Thank you, Graham.
I did say this is your chance of right to reply. You can get me back here now.
I haven't got about a week worth of time to do that, Graham.
Just play gently into the leg side. So Lawson just probing away here on the stumps. North Down again hesitant, obviously, with the first wicket down.
As usual, Paul twirling away.
Yeah. You often get a much better angle and a view of his bowling.
Certainly, I normally get a closer view, shall we say? And as we regularly say, when we're standing, we have the best seat in the house.
You certainly do. If only you could enjoy it more sometimes.
Now and again, it's very enjoyable. One or two occasions in the past, I've been shouted at a little bit too many times for my liking, but that's the way it goes.
And then you left the house and you went to cricket.
Yeah, you understand. You understand the
well, I was the
and the politics that have to be played.
Yeah. But remember, I was the junior umpire in my household. My wife was the senior umpire.
Less experienced, maybe, Graham.
No. She was the senior umpire.
Oh, I'm fully aware of that, but I'm just giving you the little bit of a boost
to the ego. So Luke Murray is going to continue from the St. John's Road end.
I must admit, it was fantastic when I was rocking up just to see one of the youth players getting such a big role in a big game as this.
Oh, we have a chance of run out. There was also often you'll see JJ hit from there. He's so good in the field, but that was Murray finding the edge. It didn't carry the second slip, bouncing just in front of the waiting hands, and then we had the yes/no moments from the batsman, causing a bit of confusion.
Possibly a little bit of early season pitch. It's not quite coming through as quickly as they'd like it to be, but ball and great lines to begin.
Yeah. He's certainly asking questions here, Murray. Oh, that's just... And he says that and he drifts down leg and we get the wide.
Yeah, but he's mixing it up quite nicely. I mean, the stock delivery tends to go away from the bat, and every so often when he tries to swing in the big inducker, it can go right.
Yeah, but he's at 17. Yeah,
I think we can safely say there's a bit more ability on show from his deliveries than certainly I could ever muster, and I dare say even yourself, maybe, Mr. Mooner.
You'd be wrong there, because actually I wasn't half bad at that age. I could move the ball both ways.
Right. Okay.
So yeah, unfortunately, shoulder injury.
Maybe not a Premier
20s.
standard though.
Seconds. I was seconds. Maybe if 15 guys had have called in sick that weekend, I would have got to go. But I was definitely twos. Yeah. But unfortunately, shoulder injury.
Oh, very good. Well, let's get back to the role that we've been asked actually to describe the games in front of us. Certainly, North Down will be very reliant on their top four. Keane will be one of their premier batsmen. He's been doing quite well even at the interprovincial level. So
here's the replay. And you can see here again, just that little bit of movement, just the right amount, and just not enough carry. Maybe a little deep, seeing how the ball is carrying in these first couple of overs.
That's unfortunately the difficulty. You've got a new to the side bowler. You're not quite sure of your lengths, not quite sure of your depths to stand. Possibly should be taking the introduction from, or their indication from, where the keeper is standing.
Yeah. You'd like to think with Tim's experience, it's just it just didn't carry.
At the end of the day, wicketkeeper wants it coming through, possibly about waist high, maybe a little bit lower. But look, I was a terrible slipper.
I avoided it like a plague. So. Not good slips. No. Give in the deep. I could catch anything, but slips, no reaction.
Well, it's very much a different skill set.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. That reaction level.
I mean, everybody thinks that, for example, if you're a normal wicketkeeper, for example, guarantee you'll be able to go on the slips. It's 2 yards to in a direction, but it's a completely different set.
Oh, driven through the covers. It was in the air.
Little bit uppish.
Little bit uppish. Gavin Hoey was interested, got to dive in, but crashes to the boundary. That's another 4, a relieving 4 for North Down. But you can still see he's still getting that away movements.
Yeah.
So he wasn't quite to the pitch of the ball, wasn't on top of it, and that's why it was in the air. So,
looking to get your opinion actually on this, Graham. Do you think that the addition of the new ball at each end at Premier level domestics is a good addition, or are you a little bit like myself, like the idea of just having the one for both ends?
Well, I'm obviously very old school, having started in the 80s, and as a bowler, feck the batsman. For God's sake, do they need any other help? They change the laws. They do everything for them. I might as well just start them off with 50 runs each. That's played down to deep mid on. It'll just be a single unless something weird happens.
Well, I suppose you could argue with both ways. If you've got a semi-new ball, you'll guarantee to have possibly a bit more seam, a bit more swinger early doors.
But that was the art of bowling.
Yes, of course it was.
Knowing and the field, knowing how to treat a ball. You know, obviously sandpaper or other things, but you know, looking after a cricket ball was part of the game, and coming back in the 40th over, or whatever it was, you know, and having a ball ready to go with maybe, you know, one side a lot shinier than the other, and you could do different things with it, and it was about the art. That was part of your skill of being a bowler. You'd learn what you'd bowl with a new ball. Learn what the middle overs ball, you know, what kind of deliveries you need to bowl, and then at the deaths what you'd bowl. So no, I'm not in favour. Sweep. There is cover right there, but it dissects both men in the deep, and that's another 4.
And then there's obviously the other conversation that it's obviously adds an extra cost to even hosting a game or playing the game.
Well, yeah, depending on the grounds, like if you're in certain grounds around Leinster, the cost of a cricket ball now is so exorbitant, and if a ball goes out of the grounds, and more grounds are getting smaller to these big hitters, these batsmen now, most of them are putting the ball into the deep a long way back. Lawson to continue. Oh,
Bit
that's
of
an edge.
float.
And it's
There
a
we
wicket.
go. That's a massive wicket for Pembroke. Massive wicket. As we were saying before, North Down are very reliant on their top 4, and certainly Keane Hilton's wicket will be huge.
Yeah, you've seen him a lot with the Interpros.
I wouldn't say that I've seen him a huge amount because I'm not umpiring full into pro, but you see them when you're going around. He's done well at under 19 level over the last couple of years.
Here's the ball now from Lawson. You can just, as normal, just gets that little tweak on it, tosses it up, invites the drive. Batsman doesn't get to it, and that's a fine catch.
Just feet not getting across to allow it to get him get the head over.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed when he looks back on that. But it was well bowled, invited. That's what Lawson does. He invites you to play your shots. Because again, this Pembroke side would be one of the best fielding sides out there. From 1 to 11, they're very high standards. You'll often see Byron McDonough fielding at point.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a tall bowler. You know, they don't hide anyone.
Even in his own rights, Byron's not weak by any stretch.
No. It's tough to get into this team, so you can't have many weak points. So, the new batter coming out with 21 for 2 now on the board. Halfway through the 6th over. Pembroke will be buoyed by this start. Oh, again, just driven down. That's well played. Takes the easy one.
It's not her name. I recognise Copeland, but judging by the first delivery, he certainly knows what he's doing.
Yeah, that was really well played. Like, you know, that's like you said, for your first delivery to have that confidence, just to step in and play it nicely down to mid-on, safe shots. Again, playing a miss.
Flight is lovely. Flight is lovely.
Yeah, I think Lawson would like to bowl quite a few at this batsman. So that's the end of the 6th.
Seems to be the way that Pembroke are going this year, that they're opening up with the seamer and keeping Byron back as a first change. Remains to be seen whether or not it's the call of the day, but it's an interesting starting tactic.
Yeah. Oh well, they've employed that a lot this season.
Mm-hmm.
Like Harry Tector, when he was playing, he would maybe bowl a few at the start. Did
very well the couple of games, and the game that I umpired down here kept it nice and tight. Barry cleaned up the other end.
Yeah, well, and that's the other thing I feel has been lost in the game: bowling in pairs. The importance of it. It may not be your day today, but if you're bowling the right lines and lengths, you're making it easier for your mate down the other end.
The usual story: if it stays tight, if you're going 2s and possibly even 3s, you're having to score the runs at the other end. Chances will happen. And as you were saying before, Pembroke are such a strong fielding side that they will take a majority of their chances. Yeah.
Well, I think Byron did benefit a lot from that last year, bowling in tandem with Nick Stapleton.
There was a quality operator all round.
So I would have loved to bowl at the other end because you couldn't touch him, so you had to look for the run somewhere. And it did offer a few opportunities.
Well, just because I know that the Stapleton fan club were probably tuning into the broadcast. We better make sure that we still big them up every so often. But I mean,
well, especially since they're showing up here later this summer. So
wow, wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, it's the wedding, so they've promised to pop their heads in.
Very good.
Yeah, hopefully get them on the mic even.
But even, I think I umpired Nick 3 or 4 times when he was captain down here last year, and captaincy wise, I absolutely thought he was brilliant. He was brilliant. He was ahead of the game at nearly every opportunity, as you rightly say. His bowling was an incredible addition, and the amount of handy runs that he scored at number 4, 5, possibly even 6, won games regularly.
Oh yeah. So Murray continuing from St John's Road End, and again he's just getting that lovely bit of movement, making it difficult to when he hits his length. He's just the North Down batsman just can't quite get to him, and he's beaten the edge quite a few times today already. I'd say he'd be bowling. Probably looking to bowl a 6-7 over spell here, especially if things keep going this way. Again, that's driven lovely. That's a beautiful shot. Again, just over pitching the ball. North Down latch onto it quickly, and another one crashed through the boundary.
But again, because it's such a nice day, beautiful outfield for this time of the year. It's pure value for shots. It's great.
Yes. Oh no, you definitely won't be the last boundary we see through that boundary today. But again, that's what's happening. Every time you just slightly over pitches, it's just offering the North Down batsman that ability just to step into it and utilise those gaps. Again, that's more the length he wants to bowl. So, end of the over.
Just going back to the point that we were talking about, the slips and where they're standing. I mean, Greggy's still taking those just about shin high. Could they take a big stride up?
Oh, I'm going to step out. Yeah, we're going to have a lot of changes today because we've so many people. This is brilliant. So we're going to have James Cresswell step in, I think.
Well, because I'm the inexperienced one, I'll let Craig take over on the other side.
If you're enjoying it.
Okay, I'm taking my instructions, so I've been told to sit back into the seat and get comfortable. How are you?
Well, nice to meet you. How are you going?
Very well.
Oh, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm James Cresswell. The first time with you today. Wow, what a start for Pembroke.
Going to lesson fours, putting the brakes on at one end, and young Luke doing a great job at the other.
Oh, it's a dream start for a team, especially at your home ground. North County be disappointed, of course. A bit of an understatement, but they've played a few rash shots or unlucky shots to bring about the wickets. But they've got a good opportunity now to dig in, start building the partnership that they need, and stage a recovery.
Well, let's be quite honest with the power of the batting that Pembroke have at their disposal. Definitely batting first on such a nice day. They have to be looking at it above 250 to set a real target.
I totally agree. I think anything below that is going to be, you'd have to think it'd be reasonably easy pickings for Pembroke in the form that they're in at the moment. They have a very strong side, bat almost down to number 11 really.
As most weeks.
Yeah. So yeah, good challenge for these guys. It's driven.
That's a nice looking shot.
It's driven really well past.
That's top fielding out there as well.
Yeah, just driven down to long off and basically fielded really well down there at the boundary, just in front of the side screens.
Looks like Gavin Hoey going on the white towel. That's normally an indication of Gavin.
That's true. Anyway, saved 2 runs. There's a full toss and it's punched down here to long on. Looks like Gavin Hoey just pick up a 1.
A little bit too much flight, but Paul seems to be having a lot of control out there, and as usual, he's going at small numbers.
Well, I think it seems to be what Paul Lawson's very good at. He loves to flight it up and sort of say, well, look, have a go, and occasionally, more than occasionally, actually, it squirts off an edge or they get too much lift and creates an opportunity for a catch. But at the end of the over.
It's always been amazing down the years, the amount of catches that he gets, cover, point, and kind of in that area for the lines that he bowls.
Yes,
regularly gets outside edges as opposed to inside edges.
Well, that's it. Yeah. So at the end of 8, it's 31 for 2. A beautiful afternoon here in Sydney Parade. Murray to continue. Puts that one in short, and it's just ridden into the ground on the leg side behind. Ooh, what do you call that? Third,
kind of very fine leg.
Yeah, I suppose it goes to the boundary for 4. Good shot in the end.
Ridden the bounce well.
He did actually. Got up really high, just let it right off the face of the bat into the ground, and there was no one there to stop that. The ground's in great nick, and it's really fast in the outfield. It's a dream day to be out there playing cricket.
I wasn't down for the toss. I'm presuming North Down won the toss and decided to have a bat.
They did, yep. I think you're right there.
Getting the big thumbs up here from Niall, so I've probably guessed right.
This must be the sort of day that you prefer to be out there and in the middle yourself.
A bit high in leg side that.
Yeah.
Tim as usual, just asking the question.
Yeah.
Just keeping Ashish on his toes.
Yeah, it was very half-hearted appeal. It's always a bit of a giveaway when the keeper and the bowler don't go up.
Yeah, I think that's probably very fair.
That's a bit short again and just left to go through. Good ball. Yeah, just good leave even.
Just needs a little bit more length to get that and to get that back coming out.
Yeah, he's looking for that length to entice the drive. He's got a slip in place, waiting for the edge, and there's a very strong ringing on the outside, on the offside, I should say.
With them being 35 for 2, is there a chance to bring in a gully? Especially with that amount of outside away movement he's getting?
Yeah, it might be a bit of fun to do that, just to sort of entice him to play a rash shot into the cow corner or something.
Or offer them the gap at extra cover and say, if you're good enough, you can put it through here. If not, we'll take a catch, thanks.
Yeah, set a trap. I think I'm a big believer in that. They put suggestions in the batsman's mind. Oh,
it's an interesting form of leave.
Yeah, he went to leave the ball and the ball rose enough just to hit the bottom of the bat, went straight into the ground towards the keeper.
And as usual, when a batter knows that he's made a mistake, he goes to have a chat with himself at square leg.
Yeah, adjust the gloves, go through his routine, talk about focus, 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 all those other sort of mantras that they have. He's getting good bounce, Murray.
That's a slightly better leave.
Hmm.
Well, they say there's only two forms of leave. There's a good one and a bad one.
That's true. Anyway, so the end of the 9. That's 35 for loss of 2. It's not bad over there for both teams. A few runs.
Looks like Paul coming back for another one. Be interesting to see if there's a change at the end of the power play and go from there.
Yeah, they are making a change actually now. It looks like they're bringing in the new Australian teammate that they found.
You might have more of an insight here than I do. This is certainly a new player for me.
My head's gone. Okay, hang on.
Sorry guys, just looking for the card. This is a new one of the new additions to the Pembroke side, who's just named escaped you for a sec. No, it's not Paul. I promise you that. It's I think it's Ben. Oh, sorry, it's Andrew Bolton. That's
Bolton.
Right.
It's one of the handy things when you've got someone on the boundary you can just ask a question of.
Absolutely.
Like a McDara.
So Andrew Bolton just joined the club this year. Yeah, he's on loan from Australia. He played at the...
Have them looking at the wrong end of the ground.
Young man has come to have a bit of an Irish summer. See how he goes with the ball. He's so far been so good with the bat and the ball.
Still keeping that slip in. Nice attacking field.
He's got a quite long run up here. See how it goes.
Oh, that's tasty. That's a tasty start.
Lovely ball just outside of the off stump. Just shaped a little bit. Just enough to entice the batsman had to play at it.
Because the batter misses it, it's clearly the side screen's fault.
Of course, so we'll just have a bit of adjustment down the other end. Help out the batsman there, and that should make all the difference.
So just a small break and play, definitely keeping North Down under 4 and over is massive in the power play, and getting them 2 down as well.
This one a bit straighter and just played away on the leg side. No run.
while you're out, probably the charging cable. You'll see it just sitting there. It's probably even plugged in.
Really important for these two batsmen. Just have a look. Just judge the conditions. It's one of the great cliches about saying that there's heaps of time, but they do have heaps of time. And the team need them to stick there. Oh, he's bowling good lines, yeah, just not giving any room to the batsman. Straight on sort of middle enough. A good length. Just defends it away, no run. Comes in for another ball there. Oh, this one's just a bit too straight. It's whipped away on the leg side. Sort of square, and he's going to pick up a boundary, I think. Oh, yeah.
That's a top effort on the field.
Not sure he actually got... No, I think he... Has it been signalled a boundary?
Yeah, it's been signalled.
Signalled, yeah. Top effort. Not to be... Good shot, though. Just whipped it off the hip. No one down there in deep square, so there's runs there.
Bowler would be delighted though with the effort that's made, even though he's conceded the boundary. It still just shows the excellent effort that's going on. As we keep commenting, Pembroke has such a strong fielding side. It makes it difficult to score anything against them. And there's a perfect example.
Yeah, that's it. That's saved 3 runs for his team. That's thrown your body on the line. Great back up there, acknowledged by the keeper, who goes out there to express his gratitude.
I'm presuming that was JJ, was
That's JJ, yeah, JJ Garth,
in his staple position.
Yeah, arguably one of the best fielders in, I guess, Leinster, if not Ireland.
Nice to see that he's recovered from his injury and that he had a couple of weeks ago. That was pretty nasty when it happened.
That's it too. Really nasty bangs on the arm, the forearm. Anyway, another good ball to finish the over. Just goes through to the keeper for a dot. So, at the end of 10, it's 39 for 2. And County Down are just staging this rebuild. A little bit just eking out runs where they can. Another boundary for them in that last over, which should give them a bit more confidence.
Signalling on to the next power play. Be interesting to see if there's any change in the field if they drop him out, especially in such a strong position.
Yeah, do they just keep doing what they're doing, or they start to shake things up a bit? Well, they're giving Luke Murray another over. And he's just left and through to the keeper, no run. He's improved a lot over the since last season, Luke Murray. He's become a lot more consistent in his bowling.
Definitely added a yard as well. Obviously, getting a little bit older and stronger as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, boss.
We'll see if it stays alive.
So it's Mickey Copeland out there with
a little bit edgy.
Yeah, it wasn't convincing. Just played the ball sort of behind point. No run. So we have Mickey Copeland out there at the moment. He's 10 off 14. And Mohammed Ahil, he's 9 off 25. Just digging in there. It's important to keep these two guys in from a County Down point of view. This way, he just worked off his pads behind square down to, I guess, a backward square position on the boundary, and it's just picked up for 1 run.
Mickey Copeland is clearly their pro. Who's come in, just doing a couple of quick searchings around here. South African bowling region.
Well, you'd have a lot of expectations on his shoulder today, and this one it's just too short, and it's whipped around to the down to that sort of
bit of a rough bounce.
Yeah, backward sort of third man position, and there is a man down there, but the bounce was really awkward, and he wasn't able to take it cleanly, and it went over the rope for 4. So, bit of luck there for County Down, but well played. It was a good shot.
used to the hard South African pitches. He'll be used to the quicker deliveries and playing them on the back foot. Looks to be quite comfortable on the back foot.
Yeah, that was almost a mirror image of the previous ball. Just got up there and rode that one into the ground, around to sort of the third man-ish or wide third man region, backward square leg, whatever you want to call it, down on the boundary, and they pick up another single. It's a good over so far for County Down.
It is.
That's nicely played. It just on the offside. He just leant back.
Possibly being the sixth in his spell. He's just starting to lose a little bit of the zip that he had in the earlier overs.
Yeah, so I wonder if they'll rest him after this.
But no dramas.
After 11, it's 44 for 2.
Speaking of dramas, it's time for me to leave and pass over to one of the superstars.
Oh, well, thanks very much for stepping in. It was great to have another voice on the channel. Please come back anytime.
Better, been worse.
And now we have one of the absolute superstars of Pembroke cricket that's ever been. This is Theo Lawson, former captain of the first, and as I say, absolute legend. And it's an honour to have you here today, Theo. Thanks for coming down.
Yeah, no, good afternoon all. Pleasure to be down here and doing a bit of a stint on comms.
Yeah, so dream start for Pembroke in a lot of ways. After 2 important wickets early on. So I'll just do a bit of admin here while I'm here.
Yeah, no, I think we would have been happy with the 2 early wickets, but yeah, I didn't realise they were on 46, so North Down won't be too displeased.
No, they're rebuilding quite nicely, these two. Just chipping away, 3 or 4 runs, over here, there. Mickey Copeland's moved on to 14, and Muhammad Ahil's moved on to 11.
Is he the pro?
I think Mickey
Copeland
is, I think. So he looks a bit more comfortable. Or they played that one away to the leg side. It was a nice bouncy ball, but he rode it down into the ground and the leg side. No run. Getting a lot of bounce out there today with this track. It should be very hard. The sun's beating down. It's been a great lot of weather leading up to this ground, up to this day. So the ground should be really hard and really fast. Another good ball just played away to the offside, out to the covers, but there's protection there, so no run.
Yeah, this is the first time I've seen Bolton bowl, so interested to see how he'll go.
Yeah, I haven't really seen him bowl before. I've seen him bat, but this is the first time for me as well. So far so good. He's getting good lines and cramping the batsman.
So he field spread, Jack Tector over in his usual spot out there in deep square leg.
Yeah.
That'll be him for the day.
Pretty much. It's a safe pair of hands out there, that's for sure. This one just drifting down the leg side through to the keeper. It's called a wide. So another additional well-needed run for North Down.
Was impressed with Luke Murray opening the bowling from this end. He's really come on the last few weeks.
He has, hasn't he? He had an okay season last season, but this season he's really grown and he's really developed into a key bowler for the first, getting good wickets and not conceding a lot of extras anymore.
Yeah.
Like he used to be pretty wayward there, but now he's got that under control a lot more. He's got a good future ahead of him. He's only 17.
Yeah, you forget how young these guys are.
I know, yeah. Bit like yourself in the day, mate.
Yeah, no. I feel old. I almost walked in front of the side screen there, forgetting the cricket etiquette already.
Oh, yeah.
What about McDowell Cosgrave these days? He's a run machine.
Oh, absolutely. Like, I haven't got all his stats, but I know he's, just for the seconds when he's played for that, he's got almost 200 runs in 2 games.
Yeah, no, he's been excellent. I seen him out in North County a few weeks ago, and he was brilliant.
This one just a bit straight, and it's ridden down behind, backwards square. There's a man down there though, so it's just the 1 run. But nicely played. Yeah, no, there's a couple of guys that have just now coming to their own in a big way this season, showing great signs last season, but this season in particular. And JJ's just, again, you know, he's not the youngest anymore, but he's still probably one of the best fielders that they've got in the whole of Ireland, I'd say.
Exactly.
Well left.
Yeah, no, it makes me happily retired to see these guys coming in, and they certainly haven't missed me since I've left.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that. You know, the wealth of experience and, you know, the man who had the best sweep shots in the business yourself. So, and maybe, you know, you might get enticed to come back one day in the future. And
we'll see. I'm very happy this I get my kids a bit older and I can sit in the wall having a few pints.
Well, there is that. That's not the worst.
That's the short-term plan.
Yeah, I mean, hey mate, you've got plenty of time.
Yeah.
No, you're a great loss when you left, and it's taken a while to sort of fill that gap, if it has been filled. Arguably it hasn't. But that is always a shot on the fifth for you, anyway.
That could be a hard sell to the wife.
Yeah.
Never realized. Here comes Brian McDonough. He's been exceptional since he's made the short trip up from Cork. Well, South Africa via Cork.
Yeah, it's a big man. He's got long levers, so he gets the ball come down from a great height. Gets some excellent bounce and some good turn. And he's quick enough.
You know, definitely, again, my last couple of years, we kind of struggled for a few seamers. So Nick Stapleton was exceptional my last season, and then last season, him as captain, and then Paul's lucky enough that he's got a couple of good seamers as well. So it's definitely helped really kind of push us up, back challenging for the cups and the top of the Premier League.
Well, you know, this is probably one of the most ideal times to be a captain.
Oh, yeah,
you know,
definitely.
Talk about having so many resources at your fingertip.
Tell me about it my last couple of years.
Oh, great bounce there. First ball, straight on the money. Played down well, but the ball was sort of getting towards the throat sort of area there. It's going to be a bit difficult, one would feel, if he's on line to get some runs here. There's lots of protection down in the deep on the offside. They're going to want him, the batsman, to try and go over the bowler's head. Actually, he tries to go there, tries to go for the big shot, sort of out to mid-off region, but just missed it. So they're trying to entice him into that shot, so hopefully they get an edge, or bounces off and goes to one of the catches in the ring.
Yeah, no, definitely swung the bat at that. So it'll be a good catch by someone behind.
Yeah.
The wicket looks good. Yeah, definitely you'd be wanting 250 minimum, at closer to 300, I think, if we had it batted first.
Yep. And that's the thing I think that's going to be the real challenge for North Down, is that they need to get around about that 250 just to be competitive on a day like today, you'd think.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's definitely runs in Tim Tector, JJ Garth and Blake McDonald. I think they've left a few behind the last few weeks, so I think one of them be eyeing up a very big score. So I wouldn't like to be a North Down bowler today.
No, we were just saying earlier, there's probably batting down to a number 11 really in this side, you know. So that's a bit loose. He's just trying to bounce him a bit there, and just batsman pulls out of the shot. It's given a wide on the offside.
Yeah, it's a good stop by Greg Hollins,
yeah,
moving like a good Arsenal goalkeeper, fumbling it at the end.
Should have left it for first slip or second slip.
Yeah, I don't think Tim didn't have much interest there.
No.
Oh,
yeah. Bit of shape there. Didn't quite carry to the keeper. So just mixing up a bit here, making it, asking a few questions of the batter. Trying to make it as difficult as you possibly can, which is the bowler's job. Looking on the leg side, there's a bit of protection down behind, I guess, third man backward square, and there's a guy deep in square. So they're trying to entice the pull shot. This time he just plays it out on the offside. Nice shot, actually. Just got on his toes, played that one away. And I pick up couple.
I wasn't watching. Good throw from Gavin Hoey.
Yeah,
He'll be important today in those middle overs if we need to break a partnership.
yeah, it's Paul Lawson's definitely spoilt for choice and what options he's got. Comes in again. That's a good line. Just cramps up the batsman who just plays it straight down to the ground for no run. So at the end of the 13th over, it's 53 for 2. Yeah, they're rebuilding quite nicely here. If these two stay in for a while, we could be, we could give them half a chance. Anyway, I'm just going to.
No, go another over.
Okay, sure. Yeah, we missed a few in the middle there, mate. The admin, but yeah.
Yeah, we've been engrossed
Anyway,
in these middle overs.
The 50's up for North Down, so that's one of the first milestones for the day to be accomplished and passed. And Andrew Bolton's continue from the nursery end, as you would expect. Just checking to see if he's happy with his field. Yeah, getting these bowlers, keep a bit of pressure on there, and it's played straight back to the bowler. No run.
Yeah, in saying that, we've been very disciplined. Again, the wicket does look like a road, so it's going to be hard to get wickets if the batsmen play sensibly. So bowlers just got to stay line and length, and then yeah, I'm sure if a chance comes, those fielders will take it.
Well, that's the thing. The first two batters down, it's kind of like they got themselves out. You know,
Bit of
really.
a gift. wasn't
Yeah.
it?
Oh, that's lovely play. Just whipped off the legs for middle stump out to deep square. With Tim Tector's out there, I think, is it?
No, that's Jack.
Jack.
Jack has a chair right there these days. Since he moved down from Claremont Road, he's once a fielder needs to go out there, Jack
Yeah.
has ended up out there.
Just make sure it's only one run to the score. And that's all these batters have to do, really, is just keep rotating the strike, keep building, and stay in.
Yeah, try and keep wickets in hand for that last 10 overs because, again, it's very warm out there. So
Absolutely. If he's going to keep bowling that line, I think maybe they should think about putting someone in a bit closer, maybe. I don't know.
yeah, it's a tricky one because the pitch is quite easily paced. If it beats them, then it's probably 2. So
Yeah.
probably just wants them to move back closer to off stump.
Yeah, just needs to adjust his line. I think you're right there, Theo. Just a bit too much on the middle stump, really.
Yeah, no, I think you got to just stay patient. It looks like it's very hard to get a wicket out there. So just build the dots and hopefully they miss or hit one up in the air.
Well, that's it, isn't it? It's like you're trying to just build enough pressure on the batsman to make them do the wild shot, the frustration shot. And hopefully get something like an edge or a catching opportunity or something.
Done.
Another good ball. Just played away to the onside for no run, down to mid-on.
So how are the lower teams going? I've been glancing at streams. I watched the end of, I think it was the 5th or 6th game last Sunday, which was entertaining. How have the teams...
Yeah, that was the 5th game. You know, we got through. I was captain in that day as a replacement captain for our normal captains. Our first game, actually, so for the Sixers. And it was a good, exciting game. We got it down. We won with 1 ball to go, that sort of thing. So it was a good mix, but we... Sorry?
Hit the winning runs.
That was the week before was the winning. Which one was...
James hit the winning runs with 2 balls to go.
And then did last week we lose in the last over in the game?
On Thursday.
On
Thursday,
Thursday,
right,
yeah. The women's was right down to the wire, so, you know, last run on the last sort of ball.
Yeah.
Sorry, why not? I would have given you a chance to say goodbye, James. It's like you've been electrocuted in there.
Okay.
So we'll just hand this over to Craig now and hopefully catch you a bit later.
I thought you were running to the barbecue, James.
Well, the barbecue's lit.
Shot.
Nice shot, square of the wicket on the offside. That's running away to the boundary, and one feels that that's actually going to get there. Just give me 1 second. Amanda, could you take this call?
Bit of width on offer from Byron, and through the gap, and even out to that long boundary, it was always getting there for 4.
Yeah, fine shot. They're sort of putting together a decent stand now after those 2 early wickets.
Yeah, no, definitely. As I was saying to James, we were definitely happy with those 2 early wickets, but they've just ticked it over nicely here.
These 2 just setting themselves. That one just bouncing in front of JJ Garth. Back to fielding in his rightful place.
Yeah.
No more hiding at third man for him.
No, not at all. I think we just got to be patient here because the wicket looks good, easy paced, and it's kind of hard to see where a wicket's going to come from unless a batsman throws it away.
Well, I've often said it. More often than not, it's the batsman gets himself out, picking the wrong shot at the wrong time. Certainly explains why bowlers like me used to take wickets, because very few occasions you actually worked a batsman out.
Exactly. I think a lot of bowlers are in that category.
Well, we're into the 15th over now. North Down have progressed on to 56 for 2. The scoreboard is in the bottom right of your screen. And if you are watching on YouTube, which you are, because otherwise you wouldn't be hearing me, just remember to like and subscribe to our channel. We've added a few this year. We're on the brink of 1,300 subscribers to this channel now, and I know we have viewers all over the world. Thursday's game was watched in Denver.
Yeah, no, it's exceptional coverage, and it does make you a bit lazy coming down to Pembroke, but I definitely encourage anyone that's close by or
what a day.
in the region to get down.
Another good ball from Byron. Yeah, I mean, if you are within half an hour's drive of here, I would say it's well worth coming down. There's not a cloud in the sky. The flag is, well, it's mainly hanging limp, and it's super. Can you imagine if let's see, what's the number at the moment? 59 devices are tuned in. So let's say that's 100 people watching. I'd rather our viewers were 0 and the place was packed.
Exactly. And while Bill's here, and he'll explain to you how Aston Villa could finish 5th in the league still.
Yeah.
Even though myself
we're trying to encourage people to come down, not discourage. But yes, it's a fabulous day here in Sydney Parade. GM by choice, Dale McDonough and his team have done a wonderful job this early in the season to get the place looking as well as it is. And the outfield from those first days in April seems to be picking up pace now.
Yeah, no, definitely. Again, the hot weather's made the minefield, the old minefield is still a bit there. I guess usually the rain that we might get in April and May might have made it easier to smooth it out. But apart from that, if the ball beats the inner circle, it's
racing away. Yeah. So how are you finding retirement? Is there a part of you that wishes you were out there?
No.
You're enjoying fatherhood far too much.
Yeah, definitely enjoying fatherhood. Don't miss playing. As I said when I was finishing up, to do well at this standard, you got to be training a lot and putting in the hours, and again, be fully switched on, which I didn't think I could do. So there's a group of guys out there that definitely, like, my spot's not missed at all. It's great to see McDara get runs. Tector's doing well. JJ did the usual. So I'm not missed, and it's great being able to come down and just speak to everyone and relax.
As you say, the commitment of these players, all amateurs.
Yeah.
It's not a single person out there being paid to be played, apart from, of course, Blake.
Yeah.
So to see that commitment, and as you say, putting it in day after day during the week, it was.
Get him to come down and play for the Sixers and see if he can get 500 runs.
In a game. Just looking to run that one down to third. Well on top of it. No problem there.
No, I'd be worried I've lost it. I walked in front of the sight screen earlier, so been out of the game for a year. It's quite tricky just to come back in.
Thank you.
I forgot about that.
Well, Theo, your appearance has been picked up by more than one on our live stream. Ryan Hopkins tuned in. As North Down pick up another 2 for one sort of hiked down to the Willfield Road gate. So yeah, they're all your
the
previous teammates who are now on the sideline are sort of adding their sixpence worth.
Yeah, no, as I said, it's, again, when you can't make it down, it's an exceptional streaming service just to check in, and there's always a bit of banter on those YouTube comments these days.
Yes, it's good when the 2 viewers get into it with each other, and we just get to be the spectators of that on the live chat.
Exactly. Donncha Tucker is usually the person that baits me into putting in a few comments to get things going. So
he's certainly good for that. Well, this game just sort of settling down now. They're going along at about 4 and over. They'll be feeling a bit happier now facing the change bowlers, having lost those 2 early wickets. Oh. This one flies off the edge. JJ Garth making sure the backing up batsman wasn't going too far down the track. And that's the end of the over. And 60 for 2 after 15. And then after 16. There's another one I've missed.
Yeah, I'm going to have to pop off.
No, that's absolutely.
Definitely.
Just push your microphone up to the top. That will mute you. So many thanks to Theo, and come on down and do some more later on.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
You fancy some more, Will?
Just making sure that he's settled. Good, yeah, I'm back in. Thanks.
And joining me in the commentary box now, Will Houston.
Back in for a second stint.
Which is always good, because it means you enjoyed the first one. Or the second one can't be as bad as the first one. It's one or the other. It's in the air.
Oh.
It's popped out to mid-wicket, and look at you breaking partnerships before your arse has even hit the bench. Wicket falls, and that's the 3rd wicket to go down, and it's now 63 for 3. North Down.
That's Mohammed Hill leaving the scene.
Yeah. Well, that was just a nothing shot to nothing.
Short length ball, a little bit tucked up. Decided to try and have a pull and just wasn't there.
Well, you see here, Byron, he's enjoying that length, and this time it just got high on the bat, and it's going nowhere, and the catch taken by... That could be Blake. I think it's Blake McDonald. I think so. NV play, of course, will be straight onto that.
Will they?
No.
No. Okay.
And for those of you who are wondering, the car park situation, the forecast for the car park is fair to good. Spaces scattered throughout the car park. So we'll see Mr. Ryan later on. So 3 wickets down. North Down are going to be feeling they're a little out of place there now.
Certainly not a position that they would have wanted to be after winning the toss.
Well, that's it, isn't it? They did win the toss and decided to bat, which, no surprise at that, really. I think if Pembroke had won the toss, they'd have batted first. Although, going back to old superstitions, the tide was in this morning and it's heading out, and that will drag water away from this pitch, and I think it will actually get batted to bat on this afternoon. That's the Michael Sharp theory of 1986, the high water table here in Pembroke.
Well, I would never go against the teachings of Michael Sharp, even after he is no longer with us, and sadly departed and remembered on many an occasion. His administration and the work that he did throughout Leinster.
It's unforgettable, really, the amount of work the man put in. I still say his garage is probably full of result cards going back to 70s.
And also to call out the amount of work and that Mary also does as well, in a different area, but also a very important area.
Absolutely immense. Well, another dot ball, and you get the feeling North Down are going to have to consolidate again now. It was Blake McDonald who took that catch to see the end of Mohammed Ahil. He went for 19 of 46 deliveries, and it now has brought Stephen Sewell to the middle. And of the Pembroke bowlers, well, wickets for 3 out of the 4.
I can safely say nobody's going around the park at this stage.
Yeah, just the 4 bowlers used by Pembroke, but it's still early days. Still sort of 8.5 overs to go to drinks. But you can see that the numbers down here starting to pick up. More and more people just wandering into the ground. I say the wall's heating up beautifully today.
Just on the subject of drinks, have they confirmed that it's only got to be one interval, or they?
I was about to ask that question. Are you sure it's not a 2-drink?
Oh, it's in the air. Ooh. It comes off a leading edge, just pops up on the offside. But fortunately for the batsman, in between 2 fielders, and he feel he got away with one there. Here is the shot.
Certainly trying to work that very leg-side-ish. Wasn't one to go on the offside.
Well, that's not where he was aiming, is it? Wow, bit of an escape for North Down. 3 wickets down already. He'll afford to lose another one before drinks.
Not really ideal when you're facing a bowler of Byron's height, and the ball is swinging, trying to punch it too square. That's a shot. That's a shot. Lovely shot.
If we were going to produce a highlights reel, that would certainly make it. A classic drive down the ground. And, well, he's going to feel good about that, the batsman. Here it is again. Just no foot movement at all. The ball in exactly the right place for him to play it. Despairing dive. That almost looked like what I would call a Nigel Poff dive. Nigel's view was, if I'm lying on the ground, somebody else will go and fetch it. The other fielder who always used to sort of have that dive, but it tended to be over the ball. Philip Byrne, the bar manager now.
Otherwise known as the London Bridge.
Oh my goodness, he could have sold multiple London bridges to the Americans. He had a few in his locker, all right. Smell of the barbecue behind us here at the media centre. Starting to pick up. No food has made it onto it yet, but I'm sure Graham's keeping a close eye on it.
Don't worry. If there commentary suddenly goes quiet, you know we're having a bit of a munch.
Either having a bit of a munch or Graham has set fire to it using the coals. And that's lap number 2 or number 3? 4. Okay. Nice length ball there.
The question is, Dan, are you trying to keep pace with the wickets, or are you trying to look for another wicket?
I think he's trying to keep pace with his mother, to be honest. She'd probably outpace him down the back straight. A cracking day in Sydney Parade. The bar is open. Refreshments of soft and hard versions are available. Yeah.
Continuing to notice things that I hadn't spotted because I arrived a little bit late. Apologies to Craig and Graham, because I did say there would be here for the start, but things happen.
Well, Graham wasn't here. Oh, he was. No, not going to slag him off today. Today's been nice to Graham day.
Because he's cooking you food.
Well, he's the one who brought the barbecue down to Sydney Parade. Looking after it very well. Well, looking down at the NV play on Niall's phone, you can see just how many dot balls there are there at the moment. Lots of grey across that. What looks to be like a caterpillar, really. The hungry caterpillar.
With the odd change of colour off the grey, all right, yeah.
This one's short, just too much on the body. It's pulled away into the leg side. They will get to that. The batsman running like it's going to be a very close thing, and I'm saying it's not.
I think it's just to make it look good for the cameras, to be honest.
Well, I was saying this during the week. We're actually finding now in the bottom, we're finding now that batsmen, especially on the junior teams, are aware of the cameras. So if they reach a half century now, they're doing it to their teammates and one to the camera, and that's great to see. Here, I have it here, Graham.
Just speaking of the streams that are available, I mean, I've heard Graham say on a couple of occasions when I've tuned in, every umpire, every player loves coming to Pembroke because of the stream. It's as simple as that. Your dulcet tones over the background of it, Craig, are normally very much welcomed as well.
Thank you very much. You're very kind. But Niall's the brains here. There's no doubt about that. Oh.
Well, as usual, Craig, we have to talk to the organ grinder, not always the monkey.
Yeah, talking to the monkey now, that's for sure.
Ooh, very much bat involved there, so we can quieten that one down, gentlemen.
Hey, thanks to Wiley McKinsey, who's got in touch. Yes, sometimes we're not the quickest here in the commentary box, that's for sure. That is the end of another over. 18 gone now. The score has moved on to 71 for 3. And it's sort of building up now. North Down will start to think that, do you know, we're starting to come together. You might put my coat somewhere else.
I think they'd be far more comfortable if they were seeing runs come from both ends at the moment. Mr. Copeland is the sole contributor really to the runs. Mind you, young Stephen has only just come to the crease, so maybe he'll open his shoulders as he gets more comfortable.
Well, he's only faced the 6 balls so far. So, 2 not out. He'll be happy he's off the duck, and he'll realise that his work here really is to keep Copeland fed with the strike and let him pick up the runs and slowly make his way in the game.
True. As we were talking before, you bowl in partnerships, you obviously bat in partnerships, and it's easier if both are contributing from both ends. But if one's not having a good day, it's just a matter of keeping the partnership going.
Yeah, don't throw it away unnecessarily. That's the thing we don't like to see is batsmen who come in and just get themselves out.
I think talking about my own proficiency when it came to batting, I was very, very good at absorbing an awful lot of balls and then suddenly finding a way of getting out, which regularly led to annoyance within my colleagues.
Yeah, my view's always been get down the non-strikers end. It's very hard to get out from that end, and hence my calling of quick singles and the such like. It's how soon can I get down to the non-strikers end? So Byron McDonough now from the St John's end coming in under the beautiful sunshine, and this time it's pumped back past him, not quite middled, but it makes it to the 30-yard circle.
I think pumped is a bit generous, Craig.
Well, he was looking to push it down the ground, there was no doubt about, or hit it down the ground rather than push, and it sort of fell between the two. Wiley again with his comments. Thank you very much. We're delighted to be here. It's super to be here on an All-Ireland Cup game. The Bob Kerr. I was talking by text with a friend of mine last night, and he said to me, of course, I know you remember where you were when the news of Bob Kerr passing away happened. It was the tale of two Bobs, Bob Kerr and Bob Woolmer, both passed away at that World Cup in 2007 in Jamaica.
Certainly, that's a day that or an event that'll live on in the cricketing memories.
Certainly the Irish cricketing memories, and a lot of Irish people who weren't cricket followers
became cricket followers nearly overnight.
Yep. End of the over? Sure. Dunno coming in, good steady run up, and then really put some effort in on that ball. That was a fabulous delivery.
I'd say there's going to be one for the over there.
Well, Certainly is. That was just at the right sort of speed and height and line, and this is a super delivery from McDonough. And I think, well, he's pushing for representative recognition soon. He certainly has put on a yard or two of pace since last year. He certainly benefited from bowling behind Nick Stapleton last year, and we hope Nick's tuned in this evening, or at least his fan club is. Nice bit of fielding in the ring, means it's a dot ball.
More good work in the ring, all right.
So with 19 overs gone, the score is 72 for 3. Pembroke, having recently taken a wicket, will feel they're right in this game. And I'm going to leave you now with Will Houston and Graham Mooney.
He's back. So we'll watch the viewing numbers drop off. I've enjoyed my little stroll around. I don't get to do it often enough between scoring and commentating. But it was a great breakthrough while I was gone. It was much needed. But as I say,
this could be an interesting change coming on now with Gav coming on. It would be very interesting to see how they play leg spin as opposed to
off. Yeah. Well, I was only saying a couple of before. It was actually before the breakthrough. Hate to see Gavin come on, but they got the breakthrough, and it's a really good time for Gavin to come on. You know, you could often see Gavin will bowl 10 in a row. So, you know, if things go well for Pembroke here, all of a sudden there's 40 overs on the board. He was unplayable last week. Now, granted, it was a different level he was bowling at in Adamstown, but he had a fifer last week in the Leinster Senior Cup.
It was an important spell, especially after midway through the first innings. It was quite a comeback in the end.
Well, Jack Tector's century certainly put a few supporters at ease last weekend with the early wickets. But yeah, at that level you can't hide batsmen, and unfortunately, as Gavin proved, there was a lot of batsmen who weren't up to this kind of level. Good opening shots.
A little bit full, but he'll settle into his work.
That's a nice shot though for 4. That is Sol facing. Yeah, he'd be happy with that. Got to the pitch.
Look quite comfortable. It'll be interesting to see if he reads every delivery that comes out of Gavin's hand. He's got such a repertoire and multitude of deliveries that he can bowl.
And he bowls it so fast as well.
Very flat. I suppose it's back to his seamer days. Always had a quick arm.
Yeah, so it does seem to be a bit of a battle between himself and Ben White and Phoenix for that leg spin spot at the moment. Different squads, different selections.
Yeah, I'll keep my thoughts to
to
myself. I might get myself in trouble.
Oh well, I've played against and with both. So obviously at different age and different levels. But yeah, Ben could always, from a very early age, he was out to spin it a yard. He'll on anything he was spinning it. He's just a natural leggy. Although he also bowled same, funny enough, and at one stage, he was it was between both.
As far as I remember, Ben used to have a first spell of seam, and then he'd come back in the later overs and bowl spin.
Yeah. Now, when he hit the adult teams, we just kept him on spin. And even at the lower levels, as a youngster, 12, 13, teams weren't able to get near him.
Again, he bowled it very flat for a leg spinner. Looking at leg spinners of old, they probably bowled with a little bit more flight. But if you can bowl it flat and you can get it to rip, you're difficult to get away.
Yeah, but yeah, that'll be Gavin's aim here today, to bowl as many dot balls and questioning deliveries. Oh, it's good flight. Because obviously, it's finally poised. 2 wickets could change this hugely, but if these batsmen get set in the next 5 overs.
Well, as we were saying in my first stint, North Down after winning the toss. They really have to be looking at 250 plus.
250 would be a minimum on this outfield, this track, for scoreboard pressure. 220 wouldn't, I'd say, be enough. You never say never, obviously, with a bowler getting into a spell, but
Mr. Quinlan, I'd always talk about you. Not a problem at all.
just nothing nice. Yeah, I wouldn't say there's a lot of demons out there at the moment. Just it'll only get better as the day goes on.
No, the pitch seems to be playing absolutely perfectly. Nice, consistent bounce, but there seems to be a little bit in it for the bowlers as well, especially as Byron has shown. If you really bend your back, there is a bit of bounce on the surface.
And Luke Murray was getting some nice movement away from the bat in his first spell. So yeah, there's a good contest.
There's definitely carry, and we'll probably see as Gavin settles into his spell whether or not he can really get the odd one to spin.
That's a little punch into the onside.
Nicely
It's going to be at least 2 here with Luke Murray running it down. Pulls it up.
The wonders of youth.
Yeah.
I think I would have escorted that to the boundary and hoped it ended a supporter threw it back to me.
Even in youth, I don't think I ever put in a slide. The difference in coaching and the athleticism in kids, like, played a lot of youth cricket, and I don't remember many doing those kind of slides. They weren't coached to do it.
Yeah, but Graham, the earth didn't move as well.
The sun went around the earth back then. But yeah, going earlier when we were talking about nice MCC shots, I do still remember these little posters they'd have, of the proper forward defence. Kids don't know what a forward defence, back defence. That was the first thing you were coached.
I'll always remember my own son, who's now 9. He played a blitz match. He'd never played a match before in his life. Had only recently come to playing the game. And the first shot that he played to the first ball that he had was a reverse sweep.
It's a different world. That's just played nicely down onto the leg side by Copeland. Just the one. Downton running around there. He's patrolling that. The clubhouse fine leg area. You have to be quick down there because
that's a quick old boundary. It slopes towards the clubhouse. If you're looking to chase down a ball, you're wanting to be a very, very athletic fielder down there.
And you need to be awake. You can't hesitate for a moment. So we're going to be hoping to do better on this delivery. And there is shorts down the leg side again. Little half appeal from first slip, but it's a wide.
Big stretch out of the arms there from Ashish.
I presume that is also takes care of the appeal.
It tends to answer it pretty quickly, yes.
Would you say not out and then go wide if you were just trying to take the mick?
If you were trying to take the mick, yes.
Yeah, I've done that.
Have you ever considered 5 penalty runs for appealing?
Yes.
When you know it's not out.
Over appealing. Have you yet to give 5 penalty runs? McDonough again. Just pushed into the offside. Great pick up.
For over appealing, I am yet to. I've threatened it on a couple of occasions.
Wuss.
No, because you have to set a standard, and if they then go back under the line and it's tolerable, okay, no problem. Let's carry on. But it is a bit of a bugbear in mind, especially the double and sometimes triple appeal triple appeal.
And the advancing towards you.
Well, the advancing towards you certainly will not get you into too many good books.
How's that? Yeah, no need for it. Just push down to leg side again. But McDonough will be a little upset here now. He's drifted onto the leg side a bit here in this over. We've had 2 easy ones down to fine leg and a wide. Just needs to pull that line back.
Which is surprising because he's normally so strong on kind of fifth stump just outside.
His rhythm is great. His run up is a great rhythm to it.
He's not. What I'm not really following is why he's at this end this week. He normally has his first spell at the far end, but I appreciate that he has to share around the seam bowling responsibilities.
Yeah, I know. A lot of the Pembroke bowlers don't seem to have a favourite end because they do have to switch it up so often here, like that. Often, spin will be the first over at the nursery end, and seam from the St John's Road end. So it doesn't allow. Again, that's driven into the onside, but just that ball well fielded.
Nice shot, but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, that's good hands there. So often, yeah, none of the bowlers can really have, oh, this is my end skip. I'm bowling my 10 from here.
Yeah, I think about the only one who's recently done that was the skipper of last year, where
Yeah.
if you got to bowl at this end, it's because Nick wasn't bowling.
But again, he would often bowl from, okay, we're going to say goodbye, are we? Yeah, end of the over.
Yeah.
Next
Over's
over.
bowled, and that's my stint over.
Will's
We'll
going
talk
to
to you
have
soon.
another break. Yeah, thanks, Will. We're going to be joined again by James Cresswell. So he's coming in now and Gavin Hoey's going to just have a second over here. So we're finished there, 83 for 3 off 21. This is the moment, the type of moments in a game like this, especially the way we have the weather. You might think batsmen are thinking about a drink. Fielders are certainly thinking about a drink. We're coming up on that 25 over spell. We're going to have a change of bowling actually. 1 over from Gavin Hoey, and we're going back to the off spin of the skipper Paul Lawson.
It's an interesting development.
Yeah, maybe Gavin didn't fancy it, or they spotted something. But yeah, we're going.
Maybe they're going to switch ends. Who knows? We'll soon find out.
Here is Lawson, tossed up straight and nicely into Tim Tector. No run there, backed up by Hoey. Well, again, they might be thinking they do a breakthrough before 25 would be brilliant here for Pembroke. And Lawson does invite shots. He does invite batters to come after him.
Oh, that one's lovely played shot. It's almost like a thick edge.
I'd argue not played, but
well, I'm trying to,
50-50.
be generous.
50-50.
He gave it a good old swing, and it got enough wood on it.
Top half of the bats just goes down to third man.
Picks up a valuable run. Encouraging signs for Lawson. Would you bring in a slip?
I love a slip.
I do love a slip with Lawson's bowling.
Especially when you're changing a bowler and it's their first look at a bowler. Well, if it was his third or fourth over to a batsman, I'd kind of keep the fields purple. I always love a slip when you're having a first look.
This one a bit straight, and it's played away down to
just
sort of mid-on region.
Just another thing for the batter to think about.
Well, that's it. Just getting into the batter's head. Bit of mind games, I suppose.
Like that shot would have gone straight to first slip.
But these two are doing very well for the team.
No, it's building the partnership for the assault.
Oh, that's a lovely shot.
Full toss. It's pulled in just inside the boundary rope. It's going to be an easy 2.
Is that Jack out there?
That's Jack, yeah.
Jack Tector, very, very reliable fielder.
Also won't be happy with that delivery, but just a 2.
Yeah, you got away with that one, you'd say. It should have been probably put away for a boundary. But Jack Tector did very well there to save 2. Maybe just...
That's better. But crashed. Just be a single. There is a man on the cover boundary. That is Blake out there. And over up. So, nice little battle. Runs off the bats. Half a chance for the fielding team.
So at the end of the over, 22 down, it's 87 for 3.
We're going to have another change of bowling.
I think this is what they were doing. They're bringing Gavin Hoey onto this end.
Yeah, he wanted the St. John's Road ends.
Yeah, the St. John's end. So I think this is a good move. Spin from both ends, hopefully. And then
especially coming up to drinks, not a bad option. Give the seamers a little break in this hot weather.
Now just making adjustments to the field here. They're going to put in a pretty aggressive field by the looks of it.
Got the slip back in. Tim Tector's moved back to first slip. We've only got 1 deep on the leg side at square leg.
Yeah, you got a sweep on both ends, both sides, I should say.
No deep mid on or mid off at the moment.
Backward square.
Yeah, JJ in the covers.
Yeah, I like this. This is enticing to go over the ring, maybe get a miss hit.
Again, it'll be all about
stumping opportunities.
Yeah,
sorry.
All about where Gavin pitches this now.
Yeah.
This is right. I've set the field you want. Straight away on. That's good line, good length from Hoey, attacking the batsman because he is what I would call an attacking spinner.
Oh, for sure. But batsman did well there. Just had a look, just played it safe. Just defended it.
Go a little slower.
You can see what he's doing, isn't it? He's just trying to drag it back and sort of say, well, have a swing now. I dare you to.
Just trying to drag that batsman forward, maybe play across the line and top edge. But it's a good variation there.
That's really important for North Down not to lose another wicket before drinks from their point of view.
That's a little bit wider than he'd like. Should be 2. That's a good throw, but confident. All it needed was good, confident calling, and it was an easy 2 in the end.
It was good calling, wasn't it? Yeah, no doubt about it. Picks up another 2 for his side and himself.
Yeah, they move into the 90s now. From a Pembroke point of view, you'd hope it's a nervy 90s.
Steve and Saul on strike.
That's a bit quicker, but again, it's a bit too wide. There's the batsman just to throw his hands at it, and he's crashed that to the boundary. That's another 4 for North Down. Bit too short and wide here from Howie.
That was put away nicely.
No foot movements, but he's just able to play through the line of the ball. And a good shot, but an easy enough shots for a batter at this level who's been there for a while now. He's faced 23. That was his 24th. Copeland has faced 44, so you would say they're set.
You would. And especially after a shot like that, you always feel a bit better.
Yeah, a little change in the field. They're bringing the cover boundary square or more towards extra cover area.
Yeah.
Big space for him to have to run around. But that's again better line. So there's no need for a change in the field. The bowler bowls the line he wants.
Well, that was a good line. It's on middle stump and squirts away off the bat there after the offside. No run.
Just don't give him the width.
Yeah. Cramp him up. Make him have to do a shot. Yeah. A rash shot. That's a lot better.
Now,
well played.
Yeah. That's going to be another 2. If he calls it early, he does. Another 2 to North Down.
I think played sort of back with a point, just ran it down, picks up 2 runs. So at the end of the over, a good over there, you'd have to say, for North Down.
It's an excellent over for North Down.
Is that 96 for 3?
96 for 3, yeah.
23.
Yeah, no, Lawson is going to continue. No, it was a good battle. Unfortunately, from a Howie, he'll be disappointed he gave that bit of width.
Yeah, he's just struggling to get his line there, I think, in that over. But well played to the batsman. I mean, he was patient. He took his opportunities.
Yeah, he was given one outside. Play through the line. That's what you want. And again, on a day like today, the outfield, it's not about how hard you hit it. It's about where you hit it.
Now, Copeland on strike now, who's done really well for his team.
Down the track, that's crashed.
That's
a brilliant shot there from Copeland. Through the extra cover. Wide of JJ.
Straight to the boundary, picks up 4 runs. Good use of the feet.
Brings up 100 for North Down in the 24th over, sorry.
Yeah, another good milestone to reach when you're trying to set a good total.
If you're going by the Niall Walsh school of batting, that would give North Down, another one in the air. Oh, what super fielding from Tector. Full length dive to keep that to just a single. Yeah, Niall Walsh would say 1.5 from this point. So
making stuff up.
You like a 1.5.
No.
What you do?
Well, I think they're going to have to be in the region of 250 to really be confident of a score they can defend.
But you would say that is, from this point, 25 overs, that is definitely on the cards.
Oh,
for wickets in hand. This is why it's so important.
It's a beautiful track that McDonald's prepared. It's
well judged.
Playing true, and it's a gorgeous outfield, so you're getting value for your shots.
Yeah.
So if these two can build up...
Again, showing the importance of get yourself in. Occupy the crease. Down the track. Half a stumping chance. Fortunately, wasn't able to be gathered. The batsman had come out of his crease there.
Excellent.
Just wasn't able to just gather that Holland's
so a bit of a heights. Bit of a half chance there.
Yeah, never easy for a wiki with the batsman advancing and movement all around you. So, yeah.
Bit of a right smile on the bowler's face. This one just drifted into the leg, but played.
Again, top fielding from Pembroke.
Yeah, played off to the leg side, but
Hoey there with the stop at mid-wicket.
You're really backing the bowlers, this team.
High standards. That's another lovely drive for one. It's a nice little battle going on here. Lawson hoping for a rash moment from the batters. So finish the over. 102 for 3.
We seem to be in a bit of a no man's land part of the game, don't we?
I'd say this is perfect batting at the moment from
Oh yeah,
North Down. They're picking up their ones. Every wide delivery is being punished for 4. Not too many risks, and with 7 wickets in hand, you would be looking at 250 plus.
Now, what I mean by that comment was that the batsmen don't seem to be under really any serious threat at this stage.
No.
They're batting really sensibly.
Mm-hmm.
And as you say, they're picking up the opportunities and the runs where they can.
That will be, again, the quality of the track.
Yeah.
You know, not easy to be a bowler.
But because of the track's playing so well, that it's been hard for the bowling side, Pembroke, to actually apply critical pressure.
Yeah.
And the batters know that, well, there's going to probably be a loose shot sooner or later. And at the moment, this is a lot better over from Gavin Hoey. And so this will be a bit of a test to see whether he can make a maiden out of this and build a bit of frustration.
This is the importance of him bowling 3rd, 4th stump. Not too much width. The fielders are certainly backing up their bowler. There we go.
Flighted, lovely.
But
lovely
well
flight.
played.
Yeah.
Out to deep. Mid off. It'll be the one.
Yeah.
But again,
you
you don't mind that as a spinner. You have an opportunity there if it's mishit.
Well, I like the way you tossed that up. He was hoping that, it'd be a mishit and there'd be a...
Yeah. Well, this batsman now, he's taking leg guard, so again, you'd be wanting them to kind of attack middle stump, maybe middling off here.
Well, Mickey Copeland...
He's got himself set nicely here.
He has, and he just needs to basically survive till drinks and then reset. But he's doing very well for his team. He's 36 or 46. Played very sensibly.
Well, with the loss of 3 wickets, he needed to be in. But the runs are ticking along. It's
again just rotating the strike here,
yeah.
Not having to do anything silly.
And again, you've a lot of overs, 25.
Well, you want to get out of this over so you get to drinks and.
Well, we're talking about teams that can score 150, 160, and 20 on a regular basis. So, that's a good line. Oh, that's through everybody. Oh, he kept first slip. Interested.
Just when you say that, stand there till drinks.
Yeah.
Stephen Saul there almost beaten. Almost gets an edge through to the keeper. Did well not to get anything on that. That was a really good ball from Hoey.
Even had first slip move and thinking he got something. Here we go. That's the lovely line.
Yeah.
You don't change a thing from that line.
And is that the end of the over?
That's the end of the over. That will be drinks. And 104 for 3. Finally poised here in the Brook. From some early wickets, from what you'd have to say a couple of mistakes North Down would feel they made.
Yeah,
to give the early wickets away. They fought back well. They've got up to 104 for 3. 2 batsmen both have faced more than 34 and 47 deliveries respectively. They've got themselves set. So
yeah, look, we'll leave you with it to put the kettle on and get a biscuit and do what you need to do for the next sort of 5-10 minutes, and we will see you very shortly.
you that the other day, Heatley.
Oh, we'll have to click.
Yeah.
You in this
Yeah.
one. Yeah, exactly.
Verbally.
Me in these colours.
Yeah, I'm good.
Delighted.
I didn't recognise you in those colours, of course. How are you?
I'm good.
Great. Yeah, I'm great. Got a peach of a day.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The only
Got a peach of it. Yeah.
I've had a pint of Blue Wolf.
Oh, have you? It is good. It is good. It is good. The problem is now it's
He's
0-0.
probably got sneakily on the mic there, by the way, at the moment. He does.
And so, welcome back to Sydney Parade. It really is the most gorgeous of cricketing days. All Ireland Cup Day, it's one of the great days in Irish cricket, and Pembroke welcome North Down, and I welcome Kieran Sharp.
Good afternoon, Tech. How are you?
I'm very well, Sharpie, and your good self?
Oh, well, we're a better place in the world to watch cricket on a Irish summer's day. Eh?
Absolutely. Well, you've had an interesting couple of days.
Oh, I don't want to bore the viewers or the listeners, but yeah, a little trip to the UK, which didn't go quite as planned, and then ended up aborting that and coming back to Dublin. But all good.
All good.
Bit of cricket.
Yeah.
And I was here early today, and a lovely moment.
It's a good shot. It should just be the single. It is.
Lovely moment just before play. We had a moment's silence and a few words by President David O'Riordan in memory of Peter Prendergast, which was, I'm glad I was here for that. It was lovely. I'm sure it's probably been mentioned on the coverage earlier, but yeah, Peter, a great Pembroke and Clontarf man. Taken way too young, as they say.
And you're right when you say great. He was a great cricket man, Peter, just a great cricket man.
Yeah.
A very skillful practitioner with the bat, of course, for Clontarf, and got such pleasure and gave such pleasure to so many of us who were down here.
Yep.
With his words of wisdom and his absolute knowledge of the game.
Well, he knew his cricket.
Oh, inside out.
You know yourself, there's a lot of spoofers in this game, but he knew his cricket.
Oh, inside out. A tremendous man. Single down to mid-on.
Interesting situation now. North Down won the toss. I'm just wondering when does the foot go on the pedal generally? Now, I haven't been around 50 over cricket in Pembroke for a little while. Is it kind of another few overs of sighters and then up the ante?
Well, it's a really good question. I suppose North Down lost 2, maybe 3 early wickets, so this is a very useful partnership, very important partnership, I would have thought. And in terms of answering your question, I would have thought, give it another 10 overs. Maybe 10 to 12,
overs. They'll it's all probably wickets in hand dependent, I would have thought.
I mean, on a day like today with the outfield the way it is and the wicket looks pretty good, you're really looking at run a ball which is 300. I would think, but I mean, batting first runs on the board. Anything less than that, you're still a chance. But I think 300 might be what they're thinking.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair call, and I suppose particularly against a strong Pembroke batting lineup and Pembroke being at home in front of their own fans, you would have thought that Pembroke won't fear chasing a sort of high 200 score.
No. Missing a couple of their internationals though, Pembroke, obviously Andrew Balbirnie and Harry Tector and Lorcan Tucker would,
and Barry McCarthy
would be the three in the top five.
Oh, sorry, yes,
in terms of run chase, those three would be in the top five. So, which I know it's a directive from Cricket Ireland, but there is a train of thought saying, well, if you're just I could understand maybe Barry McCarthy not wanting to bowl 10 overs, but Harry or Andrew having a bat may be a good thing. I don't know, but
it's a tricky one. I think it's a tricky one. Obviously, as a discussion point, it's been very much to the fore with Leinster Rugby, having lost to Northampton in the semi-final of the European Cup, and Northampton playing the same 15 the weekend before they played Leinster, and Leinster not following that suit. So
yeah, maybe. I mean, obviously a little bit different with it being a contact sport, but you can still pull a hammy.
Yeah,
playing anything.
Of course. Gavin Hoey just looking at the Gavin switched ends. He bowled his first over from the Willfield Road end and should just be the one. Been really impressed, Sharpie, with the Pembroke fielding. The ground fielding has been absolutely fantastic.
It's been great today, yeah.
On a hard surface as well, you know.
Your eldest out there on the boundary doing a great job down at the Willfield Road gate earlier on.
I think he and the other 10. Well bowled.
Yeah.
Gavin Hoey's such a wonderful cricketer. Great for his captain to have him today to call on to bowl his.
So Gavin is in or around the Irish squad, but not in the squad for the ODIs. Is that right, or is he in an extended squad?
No,
for the
I
ODIs?
don't think he's in either the ODI or the T20 squad.
Because he debuted, of course. I happened to be there last year in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're home for how long?
Had a week or a week and a half, and I have another week and a half. I had a business trip to the UK, which went okay for half of it. for a variety of reasons, I aborted that. But yeah, look, I love coming back.
I think everyone loves seeing you back.
Oh, thank you. So another bowling change. This is looks like Andrew Bolton coming.
Yes, it is indeed.
So Andrew comes from Sydney, where have
you're
been
residing.
for a long time.
Absolutely. Tell me a little about Andrew, Sharpie.
So Andrew's he may be 18, 19, so just left school. He plays first grade for Manly, which is the northern beaches of Sydney. All-rounder, bowling all-rounder, I'd probably call him. His younger brother, Aidan, played for a number of years with my son, Connor.
Okay.
If you're wondering how come the name Aidan, well, the Bolton's mother is Carol from County Offaly. They could even be listening in at the moment, although it's quite late Sydney time.
If you are, hello, Carol.
Carol and Alex is the dad.
Carol and Alex. I'm sure they'll be tuned in at some stage today. If they're not with us now, I'm sure they'll be with us throughout the day. And how lovely it is for them to see this excellent. Here's an opportunity. And it's a taken opportunity. And I hope Mum and Dad are with us to see that.
That would be nice.
So that's the fourth. That's the fourth wicket to fall, with the score on 112. North down, 112 for 4 now. We're in the 28th over. This is a really special day in Irish cricket. It's an All-Ireland day. It's the day that those of us who love cricket really enjoy. And it's great to see such a good crowd down already.
Yep.
You think that it's not quite 2:30 yet.
And it's a competition back when I was playing a long, long time ago that was really dominated by teams from the north. It took a long while for any Leinster teams to get any sort of dominance in this competition. North County
North County, of course, sure. North County won 5 in
but
a
they
very
were
short period.
They were the first ones, but there were some great sides such as YMCA who
never won one.
Never won one.
No.
Pembroke did, of course, in 2018, I think.
I always felt, maybe with my slightly biased hat on, but because, as you'd know well, we never played Sunday cricket in YM, and the All-Ireland was a Sunday competition in the run-up to the latter stages of the competition, and it always hampered us a little bit, because when you think of the side that you would have played against, it was a powerful side.
I mean, you're talking about Pembroke's 5 internationals, and YM had
6.
Had 6 at that stage. Yeah.
It's certainly a golden era for Pembroke Cricket Club, though, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's just fantastic, and when you see the young boys coming through.
Who's that against?
Yeah, and a credit to all the coaches.
Absolutely.
We mentioned, obviously, Harry came from across from YMCA, but you're talking about Andrew Boberni, Lorcan Tucker, Barry McCarthy came all the way through the Pembroke, all the way. So
absolutely. Yeah.
4 runs. I won't mind that. It was straight off the edge, so won't mind that.
And now 3 Tectors have inveigled themselves into Pembroke.
Yep.
There's a great effort here. That was a super effort. The new bat is Tom Crothers. Bowled, nicely played.
So Copeland really has to be the man now, one feels, for North Down. 116 for 4. If that's suddenly 130 or 40 for 6, then they might be under a bit of pressure. But if he can basically take control here and get them up to...
Well, I think first and foremost,
over.
He's got to look to bat,
he's got to
to
go
the
deep.
45th, 6th, 7th over, really.
Yeah.
That's what he's got to look to do. It won't be easy.
The Pembroke wall starting to fill up a little bit.
Lovely. It's warm there today. You will see Niall putting his
nice in the shade.
putting his sweater on. Should just be the one. Great from a Pembroke perspective, Sharpie, to have Greg Hollands behind the stumps. You know, when Lorcan's not playing, he's a really good keeper, very good cricketer.
Yeah, originally he grew up in the UK. I think he was living in Scotland at the time, and got a job with Cricket Ireland, I believe.
Yes.
And then, not intending on coming over as a player, he came over to work, and then I'm not sure the exact connection to Pembroke, but decided he wanted to play a bit and ended up in Sydney Parade.
He's been great.
Yep. Oh,
that's an absolute corker of a delivery. That really was beautiful.
I would love to see a replay of that one. It was.
I think Gavin has what he likes, you know, the breeze over his right shoulder. If you look at the Pembroke flag, you know, so he's getting that little bit of drift as well. Well bowled again. Yeah. So you're back to Oz when?
Monday week.
Okay.
So another 10 days or so.
Okay.
So I'm here for another game next Saturday. Pembroke first taking on Phoenix in the Leinster League. Oh, he's tossed that one up wide. He's got all the skills, Gavin Hoey.
Oh, yeah.
He's just tossed that up. A nice little carrot outside off stump. But
and while you're on comms, that's well bowled. That is beautifully bowled. That is an absolute corker. Just have a look at this. Give me your thoughts on this. Sharpie, have a look at this now.
The replays working?
Yeah, we do indeed, yeah.
Yeah, just tossed it up a little bit. And just really played all around it. To be honest, but I think it might have been the wrong. Might have been the wrong one.
And I think it had a bit of late dip to it as well.
Yeah, might have pitched on middle and hit the top of leg, so it might have been just a little wrong or a toppy.
Yeah, no, I was just saying while we have you on comms, I got to say hello to Mum.
Yeah.
Not sure whether she
may
watches
well be.
the live stream, the
excellent. She may well be listening in. Hello, Mother, if you are.
And hello, Mary.
I was up there this morning, so she's just up recuperating up in Donnybrook.
Yep.
Yeah. Hoping to get her down at some stage this season. So that's the plan. We shall see.
There are few who have given more to Pembroke, Leinster, and indeed Irish cricket than Mary Sharp, and indeed your late dad.
Yep.
Wonderful cricket people. So,
Andrew Bolton continuing.
You were just mentioning that
well, we were mentioning the Bolton family from Sydney. I've just had a text message from Carol Bolton to say she's watching on and listening on as her son Andrew continues his spell. Yeah. Hello to Carol. Hello, Alex. Hello, Aidan.
And a Cade Mila Forcha to the Boltons. Yeah, you were telling me that the young man has had one or two little back issues.
Yeah, a couple of stress fractures, I think, but seems to be over it. He's certainly steaming in now, so.
Because they can be nasty.
Yeah, I was never a fast bowler, so I've never experienced it, but yeah. Oh.
That's a really good shot.
Mickey Copeland may have decided that it's time to put the foot down himself and take control.
You were only talking about putting the foot down, and that's exactly what Copeland did on that occasion. Glorious shot. Big six over mid-on.
I'll be perfectly honest, I don't know the length of the North Down tail, but perhaps he's decided that he's got to be the man here and he's got to take charge.
Just running through some of the scores that are available at the moment. It looks like a very quiet day for Leinster. Obviously, we know the game here. CIYMS could have a very, very big score going on. Warringstown 152.
Will Houston just very kindly providing us with some other cricketing scores from around the country. Sharpie, do you want to give us a...
Yeah, New Buildings in a bit of trouble, 108 for 8 against Leinster. We've also got CIYMS entertaining Breedy. They're cruising along nicely, 172 for 1. So a big score looking likely for them.
It's a good 2. Well taken, well run.
Good battle of the north and the northwest there, Waringstown and Donovan.
Ah, the tie of the round.
Waringstown,
Fantastic.
Donovan. 153 for 2 off 28, Waringstown.
Good score.
Temple Patrick, 147 for 5 against Clontarf. Clontarf making the trip there.
Sorry, give me that Temple Patrick score
Temple
again.
Patrick, 147 for 5 against Tarf. North County have made the trip up to Eglinton and they're on top at the moment. They've rolled Eglinton for 115. So you would expect them to chase that down.
I would have thought so. They're going really well this year, North County.
And Malahide absolutely motoring. 218 for 2 off 32.
Robbie Fox still going nuts, I would imagine. Yeah, 124.
Robbie Fox, 124 of 89, including 5 sixes.
That little single from Copeland brings up his 50. Great round of applause and a really well-deserved round of applause. He's batted really well, Sharpie.
Yep, and he has to be the man from here on. He's done well to get there, but if North Down are going to make this interesting, they really have to be looking at 250 plus. So he's got to go on with it. But he looks very capable.
He certainly does that. He has looked a star performer thus far. 50 not out. North Down 125 for 5. We're in the 30th over. It's the first round of the All-Ireland Cup. A cup that no doubt Pembroke will have in their eye line, I would have thought.
Yes, well, I was chatting to Andrew Balbirnie earlier on, who doesn't have very much cricket after next week because the West Indies 50 over, he's not in the T20 squad. There's no game then in either 50 over or test match cricket until after effectively the cricket season here. So he's very keen to come back and play for Pembroke, and if he's in the side, well,
he's already played for Pembroke this year.
Well, he is, but he's keen to. He'll have a few months there,
Yeah.
and with himself and Harry Lorcanberry, they might give this competition a real shake.
It's a formidable lineup with bat and ball when at full strength. Here's an opportunity. Oh, that being a direct hit.
He wasn't even in the frame.
No, I think it might have been 6 down. But again, another example of the sharp fielding on the part of Pembroke.
Just a few more scores from around the grounds. The couple of Fingal teams in action. Balbriggan doing very well. Cliftonville are 118 for 7 against Balbriggan, and Rush 191 for 3 at the moment against Ardmore. Coleraine 131 for 3 off 33. Slow going, but who knows? Could be a slow wicket, who knows? And Cork County 271.
Wow, that's a big score. Who are Cork County playing? CSNI. Wow. It's just been brought to my attention that the Cork County number 9.
Well, Zubir Khan.
Okay. and scored.
He's come in number 9 for Cork County and scored 105 of 88 balls, including 15 fours and 4 sixes.
Brilliant.
So
well done, Cork County. That'll be a game to follow for the rest of the afternoon. Excellent score. 271 all out, did you say?
Yep.
Yep.
In 47 overs.
Okay. Nicely played. Beating the man at backward point should just be the 2.
Another derby of sorts up north. Brigade and Lisburn. Brigade 155 for 7 off 40. And Railway.
Kind of fancy Lisburn there, who've started very well this year.
Railway, of course, in action as the crow flies 100 metres away. Have Cork Harlequins 124 for 5.
Okay.
Over in Park Avenue. And the last one there's Strabane 174 for 6 against Instonians. So there we go, that's a roundup of...
Another good game, because Instonians are certainly, it would appear, one of the powerhouses of NCU cricket this season. They seem to have blitzed all in front of them, doing really well. They are scoring runs for fun, our Instonians.
So Andrew Bolton to continue here. And maybe in light of Copeland popping him for 6 in the last over, Greg Hollins is up to the stumps now. So Bolton's bowled 7. They may look to bowl him out here. I think it's probably a over by over, wait and see what happens.
Been very economical. Splendid figures thus far. Just gone for a mere 30 runs. He'll be very happy with that, as will his captain. Yeah. Getting back to your point, great to see the wall filling up.
You can see Rodney and Sharon Mullins there.
Yes, I do indeed.
Some of the Pembroke youth, and then some are further down.
Yeah, lovely.
Some of the Merrion lads. Philip Quindon, president of Merrion, is here.
Yeah, so Philly.
John Heavey. And then as you go right down to the pavilion, you've got the usual suspects.
Yeah.
I might join them a bit later, I think.
Sounds great, by the way.
So Andrew Bolton continuing, right arm over the wicket.
He's got a little
He
tickle
did get a
on
little
that.
tickle on it, a very fine tickle. Yeah, you'll see it here. I think it was nicely played, actually. You'll see the replay. Yeah, lovely shot.
Yeah, good shot.
Excellent shot.
No stopping that down here. Credit to Dale. He has
well,
for many years.
I'm sorry, but when you think that this is an early May outfield Sharpie, well bowled. How well does he have the place looking?
Yeah, and for those who don't know, rugby is played across
absolutely
half of the outfield in the winter.
Well, you wouldn't know if you're taking a walk over that side of the ground, over the dart side of the ground.
Yeah, and the rugby only finished within the last 8 weeks or so.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. O'Dale is a master of his craft. Here's a chance. No. Just wide of JJ Garth.
Could be a chance of a run out. He'd want to hurry. He makes it.
Well run. Well run.
Fielded by McDara.
Yeah.
Cosgrove.
Very good young cricketer, Sharpie. Very good young cricketer.
Scored 100 earlier this.
Yeah, he did.
In the
seconds. Yeah. That was a fine player. Falls into the category of one to watch.
Yes, if that was anywhere closer to JJ Garth, we know how good a fielder he is.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Gavin Hoey to continue.
Yeah, so 32 overs have been bowled. First round of the All-Ireland. Pembroke hosting the great North Down. one of the great clubs in the NCU and in Ireland, indeed. North Down, fantastic club. Great facilities, one of my favourite clubhouses. And a club steeped in all that's great about cricket are North Down. Gavin Hoey continuing his spell.
Another situation here where Gavin's got 4 overs remaining, well, 3.4 now.
What does Paul do?
Does he bowl him out to try and break the back of this innings, or save 1 or 2?
I think, I don't know. In a situation like this, I'd nearly like to see Gavin continue. Since he's changed ends, he's got into a rhythm very quickly, has bowled ever so well. You know, and North Down will be acutely aware of his skill sets. They'll be slightly apprehensive to go after him. So, and he's gone for a meagre 24 runs in his spell thus far.
Peter Davison, I think, just playing the role of chewing up a few balls here, just to make sure they don't lose a wicket.
Rightly so too, I think. Dead right. Bowled, well played, good cricket all round.
Pembroke now pushing 2 men back there. No problem at all giving up the single. They have runs to play with here.
So that concludes the 33rd over, and that concludes our little stint. Lovely to chat to you, Sharpie, as always.
Thanks, Heatley. Enjoyed that.
So did I, very much.
And pass you back over.
So, get a little break there from Sharpie and his wonderful commentary. And you're stuck with me again. This is Graham and James back in the comms box.
Yeah, thanks, lads. That was it was great to have us. And
Copeland's wife was on, saying well done for his half century.
Oh, well.
Fantastic. Yeah.
It's great not from Copeland. It's really, holding this innings together.
Well, been very impressed with the...
Oh,
yeah,
that's
that's a lovely
ball,
shot.
Poor ball.
Yeah, that was a...
He doesn't have the pace to bowl that. But it was, sat there, waited, picked the lengths.
No, he's showing great patience for this innings. He's done a brilliant job for North Down when they were in trouble early on.
Like that, a strike rate is over 90, and we're only coming into the big overs now. So, this is the wicket Pembroke will want.
Brings him up to 59.
Yeah.
It's a lovely shot. It's straight out of the middle of the bat down the cow corner.
Yeah,
it wasn't a hoik, it was controlled.
But again, Bolton doesn't have the pace for that kind of delivery.
Well, especially on the track that's playing so true.
Yeah. You got a batter at the other end who has his eye in. What you want to do is you got to recognise one batter's in, another still newish to the crease. You bowl around them. Bowl it full, bowl it straight, bowl it to your field. Be happy with a 1. And get yourself 4 or 5 deliveries at the other batter.
The next ball, this bowled on middle stump, and it's just worked away on the leg side there. Goes into deep square. They just pick up a single. But already it's been a great over from North Down. 7 from it.
Ticking along. The game is still on a knife edge here. 2 wickets changes the possible target. But if these 2 batters stay together, North Down would like to think in the last 10 they could do some very big damage.
Well, from a spectator's point of view, you just want to have a game that's competitive, that gets down to the wire if you can. Makes it exciting, makes it a great watch.
Well, we already had a last ball game here in the Brook this week. Our women's team against Phoenix. It went to the very last ball of the match.
That was a very exciting match to watch.
Driven. Should be, dot ball, just driven inside the ring.
And it was great to have Craig Senior and Heatley Tepper bringing those images. And with Niall Walsh, it was really nice.
On Heatley's daughter's birthday, that was.
That's right, Alice Tector.
17.
Another rising star, of course. She's just, as Heatley was saying, working through
a little niggle at the moment. She wasn't allowed bowl.
No.
So, Bolton continuing. That's a better lines, a bit fuller.
Well, now
which is what you want from his pace.
Well, if you already got 7 on the board from the over, you don't have to do anything risky now.
But again, this is what he needs to be doing. He's bowling at the newer batter. He's not bowling at Copeland.
No, he is at the moment.
He's going at Davison.
This
is what he needs. This is why earlier on the over, if you don't bowl it short, you give him the 1 if you can. Bowl around the set batter.
Davison doing well, just holding that and then for his partner. So at the end of the 34th over, it's 142 for 5. And North Down they're doing quite well here. It's important that these two stick around for, you'd think, for another sort of 10 overs or so. And then you've got a real contest you'd feel on your hands.
Well, if they get to 40-41, you're talking Copeland will be seeing it like a beach ball. Davison should be well set. So it would be fireworks time because, that's where the money's made.
I don't want to speak him too early and give any commentators curse, but is this the day for Copeland to get triple figures? Let's hope.
Oh, you're hoping. Come on, you're lying your ass off there. You're trying to sound neutral without being neutral.
No,
you want to put the mockers on him.
No, I actually think he's in.
No, he's
showing top notch.
Great knock so far.
So we've got to change the bowling, have we, at the...
Byron McDonough to return from the St John's Road end. Bit of extra pace. He's already shown today he does have a half yard or a yard on all the Pembroke bowlers in the same department. So Pembroke obviously hoping to... This is the wicket they want. And straight away on the money from McDonough. Just played soft hands. Just a backward point to JJ Garrett and no run. Near the lengths you want to keep it though.
Yeah, he's getting good bounce today because he's quite a tall man himself. So you just be careful you don't get that rising edge or just, that shot off the splice comes onto you a bit quick.
Well, he's had one really good bouncer today. It's full.
Oh, there's a lovely shot. Look at that.
Hands through the ball. It'll just be the one though.
Just cuts it out to deep point, backward point.
Tector right there still, Jack.
Picked up a single. He's now moved on to 60s or 59. I thought he was already on 59, but anyway.
But again, I'd be happy if I'm the skipper here. 2 balls gone, just a single, and now your strike bowler is bowling at the newer batsman.
No, you're right. This is what they need to target before he really gets set. He's faced essentially three overs worth of balls.
But again, different types of bowlers. So this is his first look at McDonough. Oh, he's stepping away there. That is not a good sign.
No, that's.
You want to see that as the bowler.
Well, you can just tell by his body language there. He knew that was not what he'd be thinking. What am I doing? So he's having a good chat to himself. A wry smile on his face there, just resetting.
Yeah, that it's not a good picture for the batting side. Now the bowling
and that's
side,
the result.
Straight away bring in a slip.
Sort of a second slip position. If he's going to dab at the ball like that, at side off, this one is a bit too overcompensated.
Yeah, just a bit too leg side there.
It squirts off on the bat and goes to backward point and no run.
But this is again why Pembroke shouldn't be unhappy to see a single anytime Copeland is facing.
Yeah, you have to focus your attack on the other person, that's for sure. On to Davison, yeah. Anyway, McDonough to continue. Byron Donna. Oh, this one
no
shapes away. Just no footwork and
No
just
footwork.
trying to.
Yeah, just a flash of the bat.
I think his partner's having a word to him, just saying, listen, don't go after the wide rubbish like that unless, you know.
Well, we're still at a stage in the game where you can allow the bowler to win an over. You know, I know one so far from this over, but North Down would be more important for them to come out without a wicket down than anything more than a single. So McDonough in, just outside off, a little waft again.
No footwork.
Yeah, he's planted his feet. Now, he didn't step away that time, but just gently through to Hollands behind the stumps.
Yeah, he's just reaching for the ball, which is, you're never going to get any power from the shot, but also you're just looking to try and get an edge through to the keeper or the slips. Anyway, he survives the over.
Yeah.
So at the end of 34, it's 142 for 5. And they keep, both teams is chipping away at each other here.
Okay, so they did get it. That must have been 141 for 5 of the previous over.
They got one.
Yeah, because they did get a single in the over.
Yeah, they did, yes.
Okay, so
it's evident.
Bolton to continue to Copeland again. I know I'm going to bore people to death saying this, but single's okay. 2 shorts, but again, just didn't get hold of it.
They didn't get hit that one sweetly.
No, he rocked back. He knows the shot he wanted to play, and he'll be looking to do that again if he gets that delivery again, because there's nobody at Cow. The fielders in the deep on the leg side are deep mid on, deep mid wicket, and deep fine leg. So nobody in the Cow area.
Comes in again.
Driven. Could be out. Just dies. They will come through for a single.
Lifted that ball up. He didn't quite get hit the sort of lower end of his bat, and he almost gave it out there to extra cover for.
Just died in front of the fielder. I think that's Blake there.
Anyway,
cover.
He rides his lucky bit there, and he's on to 60 now. That's Copeland, and sometimes
and Pembroke bringing the slip back in again for the batter, new batter. So Blake goes into slip from extra cover again. Just looking now.
They're making another change here, bringing someone from the leg side across to more of an extra cover sort of position. So they've got a really tight ring on the offside here.
This is where the bowling needs to be full. That's better.
Oh, that's a lot better ball.
Yeah, that's the length you need to bowl it.
For a minute there, I thought he was just about to get an edge on that.
This is the almost catch. You can just see, just floating in the air, just dives. Fielder did brilliantly there to
smother it.
Yeah, smother it in under him, but yeah, half a chance. Yeah, nothing into the face. So Bolton to continue, looking to bowl a full, get the edge, but no, onto the legs.
But I like there,
nicely into the leg side.
He was moving his feet there. He got himself into a half decent position, so it was allowed him to work the ball on the leg side and pick up a single.
You can notice the pace obviously is different between McDonough and Bolton.
Well, so pace and bounce is completely different. But that'll help his confidence. It's always nice to keep rotating it and bring the really set batsman on.
Senior batsman?
Yeah, the senior batsman.
Oh, Holland's up to the stumps.
Yeah.
Then that's going to be a dot. That's well bowled. Just nicely on fourth stump, but the better length there.
Well, that's the channel, isn't it?
Yeah. It's all about, I think, for Bolton's pace, it has to be about his lengths.
Yeah, because when he bowls that channel and that length, it's really difficult to spread your arms without risk. And there's such a strong offside field. There's one he's drifted down. That's 5 wide.
Holt gave Hollands no chance.
You could see his action with the ball there. He was trying to in-swing it, and he just overcompensated, I think. And it just beat everyone.
Not what the skipper wanted.
Well, that's a bonus for North Down, and then all of a sudden the 150's up.
Yeah, no, it's not a rapturous applause from the North County support, but it does bring up the 150.
Well, it's a good milestone.
No, it's the building blocks are there. That's out. Yes, taken.
Oh,
Great
no.
catch.
He just tried to whip that one. It was almost premeditated shot down the
You can
count.
see how disappointed he is with
And
himself.
he just didn't get the lift and it went straight
That's
to
a bonus for Pembroke.
to the mid-wicket fielder. And he's been caught. And that's a real shame for North Downs' point of view. He was the man that they would want to have be there at the end and get a huge score.
No, it is a bonus for Pembroke.
But that is, like you say, a bonus for Pembroke. But, good bowling as well, just frustrating a little bit. Here you just see that in this replay that he...
Didn't get under it.
Well, he was trying for that shot and it just
width.
cramped him. Just didn't have the width.
Yeah.
And it's just played straight into the hands.
Great reaction catch. Not easy.
No.
It would have been coming at a good rate.
It was still hit quite well, but he just didn't get the elevation that he needed to get that boundary. And unfortunately, after a brilliant innings of 60,
the mainstay
of
this inning so far for North Down.
So Mickey Copeland falls there of a great knock of 60, really helped set his team back on track. And now the responsibility falls to the other batsman now.
Yeah, we haven't an update on the scorecard just yet, so we don't know the new batsman, but we will let you know in a second, just as soon as the scorers catch up. Because obviously scorers have a lot to writing down.
Scorers might already be there.
It's MV play catching up. Sorry, I should say. So that's the breakthrough Pembroke needed. They've, what you would say, one new batsman and one fresh batsman at the crease. McDonough, and that was the end of the over. So yeah, a great breakthrough for Pembroke.
Well, they'd be sensing that that's given them a lifeline now to keep the score
below
quite moderate.
Well, it's the difference between maybe a 250, 220, 200 score.
Absolutely.
Copeland fully set with 5 overs to go.
He was looking so good. I was really actually hoping he'd go on and possibly put in a triple figure.
Did you jinx him?
I must have jinxed him. If I did, I'm so sorry. Oh, that one just squirts off the bat. He didn't really look like very confident.
Didn't know much about that. That was good bowling from McDonough.
No,
attacking the stumps well.
He's struggling to find the speed, line and length here. He's not moving his feet at all. He just basically poked at that one and got an inside edge and was lucky to get off strike.
But again, he won't be unhappy to see the brand new batsman. This is hold on.
Just
waiting for an update on names. Sorry again, we don't know everybody. First ball though, solid.
Well
behind
played.
it. Yeah, take the easy one.
He just sort of defended that one just down to backward point, picks up a single, and he's off the mark. Just waiting for information to come up here. And this looks like Luke Crothers.
Okay. There we go. New batsman Luke Crothers. So he run off his first ball.
Davidson just seems to be struggling to find line and length for this batter. He just, again, backs away, just gets his bat out there. Not looking confident at all, but he's on 10. So I guess he's just hoping to see off this, but he's bowling into this.
Yeah. As we've said earlier, McDonough's generating good pace out there. Yeah, I suppose the question would be when you can see Luke Murray, well, we can, not on screen, Luke Murray warming up for his second spell possibly.
Well, he'd be itching to get back into there now. And
Oh, no, that didn't carry, just brilliant delivery.
The ball followed the batsman who tried to duck out of the way. It was coming up, he bounced in the ball in shortish.
What a delivery.
Came up.
Well done, the batsman.
Yeah, well done. It sort of got him on the splice of the handle and almost went to the slip.
You see here, just died just in front. Again, very deep slips.
It just brought this, they followed the batsman there. Just off the glove.
And just in front. Yeah, I don't know. I got the feeling.
He's not looking like he's enjoying himself out there at the moment.
No, but he's played that well. That's flipped away for one.
That was a gorgeous shot. Yeah. But it's only going to be one. He just flicked that off his legs, just behind square leg. Picks up a single. So it doesn't have to be pretty, as long as you can get the runs.
Again, we'd say the scoreboard doesn't tell a tale. It only gives you the score. Now, granted, we have it on camera today, so... But his team won't mind. It's another run to the board.
Yeah, they're just rotating
Yeah.
the strike a bit here.
Oh, that's well bowled.
Oh,
Beautiful
that one.
delivery from McDonough. Just that's when the batsman doesn't do what you want.
Sort of just aimed for probably 4th off stump there and just shaped away, and the batsman did well not to get anything on it. Anyway, at the end of the 37th, it's 153 for 6.
Yeah, again, so finely poised this. It could go anywhere. We're going to get a change of bowling. Luke Murray, who opened the bowling from the St. John's Road end, is having a switch to the nursery end. Again, just 17, so, a lot of great hope here for this young prospect.
Yeah, from a Pembroke point of view, they'd be hoping he would do a bit of damage now.
Well, again, he does move the ball away from the batsman, so if he gets that 3rd, 4th stump line right, he will get an edge.
Yeah, from the North Down point of view, 13 overs to navigate now, so you got to bat your overs. Secondly, you just want to well, it's going to be a hell of an attack now, so just stick in there and take what's on offer. You do have a couple of wickets in the shed, but not many.
You'd be looking, well, like that 13
Well,
is, 78 deliveries.
Well, you want these guys to be there at 45, 46. Over 45, 46, wouldn't you? Without a loss.
You would still hope for a minimum 60 runs here. Like 78 deliveries with the field, such a lovely outfield, spread field. Rotate the strike, take your ones, and you'll still get 60, 70 runs. But not if the bowler keeps doing that. That's what ball to start back in your second spell.
I'd say that if they can get past 200,
obviously that's the
it's
minimum.
a bit under par, but you'd want to. You feel that gives you something to defend.
Yeah.
Anyway, Murray to continue. The nursery end.
That's
and
driven.
that's a lovely shot, actually. Just driven past the.
And that's 4 to the board. So again, just nothing dangerous in that shot at all. Just leaning into it.
It was a nice, great shot by Davidson. He just ball was a bit straight. He just played it just past in between the actual stumps and his running partner there, and it goes right past the bowler. Down to the side screens for 4 runs. Lovely shot.
You would say it's just a bit over pitch from the bowler.
Yeah.
If you're bowling to a batsman who's not moving his feet much, you don't want to make it easy for him.
The difference here is he's actually trying to get a bit of foot movement going, which he wasn't doing with the previous over. So it's not. He hasn't got the timing right yet, but at least he's
still staying back in his crease.
I guess he's just having a look and trying to assess the situation a bit more, change a bowler, but good contest here.
Yeah, that's about a length. He picked it though. It'll just be a single. It's a deep square leg on one bounce into the fielder's hands.
Just sort of a bit of a pull shot-ish type shot. Down to deep square. Rotates the strike, like you say. Another run to the total.
It's 5 in the over.
It's encouraging for the Pembroke bowler too that it's going in the air.
Well, then again, 5 and over from here. They're talking 65 runs, brings them over the 200 mark, 210.
Now, if you were the captain, would you just keep mixing up the bowling so they wouldn't get set against a particular bowler or not?
Well, the horrible thing for a captain is you can have all the plans you want in the world. If the bowler doesn't bowl where you think he's going to bowl, it doesn't matter who you pick. You could set the field and think, right, this is the plan, and you can say what the plan is, but if the bowler then decides to bowl a half-tracker,
no, you can't set a field for bad bowling. That's no doubt about that.
So
but
it's for me. Oh, well stopped. Just bouncing in front of JJ again. Be a single.
JJ picks up. Just gets enough hand on it to stop it going to the boundary, for instance. But it picks up a single.
Forget it. It isn't about rotating the strike for me. It's just about if they can pick the length needed for two batsmen who aren't as strong coming forward, rather than mixing it up so much.
So at the end of 37, it's 6 for 158, I think. 59, sorry.
6 from the over.
Yep. Good over there for Down.
Yeah.
North Down.
Without too many risks. And again, the outfield gives its way for risk-free cricket. You can get runs without
Well,
going
Davidson,
mad at it.
well, Davidson has now moved on to 16.
Yeah.
He's looking pretty good.
Yeah,
Getting good support by Carruthers.
McDonough's into his 8th over. This will be his 8th over, so Pembroke will be anxious for him to get a breakthrough before, he runs out of overs. Ideally, they'll be looking for McDonough to get 2
I just wonder
from his 3 remaining overs.
He's got a lot of variation in his attack.
That's well bowled.
That is well bowled. That's well played as well. Just angling down there for off stump, and it's played away to the offside for no run.
But good batting as well, solid behind the ball.
This man Carruthers actually looks like a batsman. He's
got helmet on, pads, gloves.
He's actually got
the bat the right way.
He's got a solid technique.
Yeah,
solid
no.
defence.
That he got behind the ball.
Steady head.
Yeah.
Oh, apart from that shot, he goes for the.
He just picked the wrong line there, went outside the ball. Yeah, no. That's where a little bit of movement from the bowler did him there. He just picked the wrong line.
Yeah, it was a bit too close to him for that sort of shot.
Again, show no fear. Staying in line with the ball. So we're going to have a change at the end of this over anyway. Or should do. Oh, there's the bouncer.
Yeah,
it was short and wide enough that the batsman could watch that sail by.
Yeah, it actually was wide enough where it wasn't really any trouble for him. He just quickly, minimum of movement, got out of the way of that. But yes, the bowler's just trying to shake it up and say, yeah, welcome to the crease. Let's see what you can do with this one.
Just letting him know it's in his armoury.
Yeah, and he's I'll just let that one go through, thanks. Give me something I can hit. Good contest again.
That's better. Good follow-up to the bouncer. And fighting the drive, but again, can't get to it.
Ball coming down on the offside is shaping away from the batsman. He goes for the big cut shot, but completely misses it. Probably a good thing in the end. You just think that's the sort of shot that's got snick written all over it. I'd much rather him just sort of get forward and even just with a straight bat just try to play it away on the offside, or maybe even...
Again,
that's a better shot, yeah. It's just, even if it's only a dot ball, to feel the ball on the bat is a good feeling sometimes, just to think, yep, I'm actually middling it, I'm seeing it well. Good contest all round, really.
Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting to see when they do feel they are going to go at the bowling near the end, if they can. McDonough short and just straight through to Hollands. Another dot ball to finish.
Yep. 39 down, 59 for 6. And we're going to leave you in the safe and competent hands of Heatley Tector and Kieran Sharp, and we'll try and possibly meet you on the other side. Okay.
"39 overs have been bowled." We're here in the gorgeous sun-baked Sydney Parade. Pembroke playing North Down. North Down 159 for 6. Here's a chance.
Taken.
And taken, yep. So 159 for 6 becomes 159 for 7. We're in the 40th over. Delighted to have Will Houston. Hi, Will.
Thank you, Heatley. I think Pembroke want me to sit down here more often because that's the second time that I've just sat down and they've taken another wicket.
Okay. Well, you can see the replay here. Cutter.
Bit of a cutter.
Yeah, it was a bit of a cutter.
Quite wide.
It was a good catch. That wasn't an easy catch.
True.
Very well taken.
Bat is chased. Eyes light up on a wide one.
Yeah.
And in the nicest possible way. A little bit close to mid-off.
Yeah. It was a good catch. And
our original prediction of needing over 250 is a long, long way away.
Well, it is now, absolutely. And I think once the North Down pro departed, Pembroke smelt blood, and they still do.
Yeah, it's been a steady stream of wickets since
It has, yeah,
that stage.
Yeah.
But great to see one of the youngsters on show picking up a wicket again.
Yeah, Luke Murray. And Pembroke have lots of good youngsters, Will. They've a plethora of really smashing young cricketers coming through their ranks.
They've got decent level players to look up to, so they know themselves that they need to perform to get a spot.
Yep.
And if they get an opportunity, they've got to put the numbers on the board.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And that can't be but good for the club.
Well, even just looking slightly further afield, a club the size of Pembroke and the status of the players that they have, it's only good for Irish cricket. I mean, we all know the number of Irish internationals that they currently have in their strongest 11, and that's even taking away Josh Little, who, even though he's affiliated to the club, has hardly played for Pembroke in a number of years. I think I heard on one of the other stints that Andy is very keen to play a lot of club cricket this year due to the number of Irish fixtures. So
Pembroke will be very keen to have Andy.
You never turn down a player of that ability.
He's a great cricketer, has been for a long time, and started like a steam train in the Interpros. Now playing for the Warriors up in the northwest, and has been a run machine thus far. He's been terrific.
Change of scenery has done him good.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when you have the talent and experience that Andy possesses,
be nearly a crime to turn it down. Luke finishing off quite well on that over, mixing up quite nicely, going full a little bit together with the standard length. Definitely one of the things that he's improved on since last year is his consistency, and obviously because he's a little bit older, he's added a little bit of pace.
Yeah. And the North Down tail will be very keen to wag now. Jacob McClure Dalzell and Luke Crothers, both at the wicket. Jacob yet to score, and Luke on 2.
The big question is now: can they play the leg spinner Gav?
Yeah.
I mean, we've already discussed in earlier conversations. I mean, Gavin is now turning into a class operator.
Certainly is. Just saying, it must be lovely for Paul Lawson to be able to call on someone with Gavin's skill sets to weave his magic.
Gavin might be in the back of his mind a little bit upset that he's even playing this game, as opportunities for Irish caps are certainly on his horizon, or certainly in his targets.
Oh, big time. I think Gavin will play lots of cricket for Ireland in the years to come.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but he's come from decent stock.
And I see Dad
getting in probably his 10th lap of the day, you reckon?
I see Connor, yeah, I've seen him a couple of times this morning. Or should I say this afternoon? And what a cricketer he was.
Still playing up to a couple of years ago. Gavin just settling into a spell here. Seems to be coming out like he has it on the string as usual.
Yeah. Slight change in the field.
Are we working on a trap?
In comes Howie. It's a wide delivery.
String didn't work that time. but he's definitely working to a plan here. He's moving around his field quite regularly. Just keep the batter honest.
Yeah.
Whoa!
I was just about to say, having seen him bowl a wide delivery, watch the next ball.
Yeah,
The next ball very nearly.
I think we can both agree that the batter did not pick it from the hand.
No, cracking delivery. Even looking at Greg Hollands behind the stumps there, I think he... Well bowled again.
One or two questions from the slip, whether or not it was hit glove on that previous delivery, but certainly the standing umpire was quite quick in his decision to turn it down. So he was obviously happy with what was happening.
Good to see a slip in place in the 41st over. Love to see that.
Quicker flat one kept out by the batter.
Yeah. Tim Tector there in first slip. Greg Hollands with the gloves today.
An able stand-in for an Irish international.
Fantastic.
Has done the job well for a number of years now.
Fantastic. There's a big shout.
No shot played.
Yeah. No decision.
And decision made. So the batters will be returned to their ends, and all that panic station will be returned to a simple dot ball.
Why?
No shot played.
Oh, okay.
It always leads to the questions from the batter. Why are you telling me? Why is it a dead ball? And fielders turning around and normally trying to get involved and saying, but you didn't play a shot. And thankfully, things are nice and calm at the end of it.
Mm.
I think looking at the replay there, or looking at the shot again, there can't be too many arguments that there was definitely no shot played in that previous one.
You mentioned a name there earlier on. Will yet to make his half-hearted appeal.
Don't think that had a lot going for it, but always better to ask the question than die wondering.
Yeah, you mentioned, I was going to say, Ollie Riley, captain of our national under-19 side.
Yet
Tremendous young prospect.
Yet another one that will be looking to have a big season.
Yeah.
He's obviously having a very important academic
year,
in a couple of weeks as well. So we wish him the best in his studies. And obviously everybody else doing exams, but certainly I was very impressed with him a couple of times that I saw him last year. He's really blossomed in, and the fact that he's big, tall, strong at this age, it's only augurs well, and the fact that he's got such excellent control. Speaking of control, a little bit offline there.
Should
there,
just
Luke,
be the one.
Just shoveled out.
Just saying, on my previous commentary stint, Will, how good the ground fielding from a Pembroke, and indeed the catching, but how good the ground fielding in particular has been from Pembroke. They have been superb.
Well, we were just saying off there a few minutes ago. A full strength Pembroke side beats, or certainly has a very good game against any Interpro side that you can think of. I mean, rattling out the game that I did a couple of weeks ago. It was 9 interprovincials and the skipper and Greg Hollands, who's certainly no filler inner.
Absolutely not. And that is the 8th wicket to fall. North Down losing their 8th wicket. We're in the 42nd over. Of course, this is first round of the All-Ireland. Here comes the replay. Oh, what a delivery. What an absolute corker of a delivery.
For a bowler who's normally an away swing bowler, to be able to bring that into your armoury is quite a weapon.
Absolute corker.
I mean, certainly as we
Sort
were
of a
saying,
fast off break, really.
certainly jagged. But even just looking at his figures here, 8.4, one maiden, now three for 34 is not a bad outing for him.
Yeah.
There might be one or two discussions in the Murray household as to who gets the next go of the first team.
Well, lucky Pembroke to have two such talented young brothers coming through their ranks.
It's a problem that a lot of clubs would like to have. All right.
Well said.
Just going through the figures here. Don't know if everybody has access to into the MV play. As I was saying, Murray's now 8.4, 3 for 34. Paul Lawson, very tidy with his off breaks opening up, 1 for 30. Adam Bolton, I have to be honest, I thought he bowled better than his 2 for 49 off his full allotment to 10.
Yeah, I think he was a little unlucky. His last 2.5 overs, the pro got at him just a little bit.
Just had a little bit of a touch.
Yeah.
Byron McDonough, again, I thought was excellent.
Superb.
1 for 22 of his 8 so far. Gavin Hoey keeping everybody honest with 8 overs, 1 for 25.
It's a very happy bowling card from a Pembroke perspective.
Certainly. There's a lot of happy home spectators here at the moment.
Yes.
And as we were just talking about it off air, it's great to see a lot of Pembroke
people here,
Pembroke
yeah.
players.
All right, you are,
here.
yeah.
It just goes to show the allure of the Irish Senior Cup. The fact that Marion and Phoenix have buys in the first round. You see a lot of their regular
Lovely.
first teamers have come down, which I think augurs well for any domestic scene.
Well said. New bat to the wicket is Josh Corbett. And it won't be easy for Josh out there.
No. Just looking at the times here now, they've just got past the half an hour threshold, so it will be tea as soon as this innings finishes. On that subject, though, it's very unlike Pembroke. They've been quite slow through their overs, so to avoid a runs penalty and times penalty, they need to get North Down out.
Well, I suppose they've used the full allocation of Bolton. McDonough's bowled 8 and Murray has bowled 9, so that perhaps explains a little bit. But
ideally, you'd be looking to finish your allotment inside the next half an hour.
yeah,
Which could be quite difficult with nearly 8 overs to go.
it's well bowled, beautifully flighted.
One hand, one bounce, being called it slip. Backyard cricket rules unfortunately don't apply today.
Tim Tector chirping at the umpire there. I think was told to quickly get back into.
It's normally only funny the first time that you've seen it. Speaking of backyard cricket, I say there were some decent games in your backyard over the years.
There was, yeah. As you know, we lived in your neck of the woods in Dalgany.
Yeah.
We've just moved, but it was a cricket house growing up, and the boys, and indeed Alice.
Oh, absolutely.
Loved
I'm
the
quite
cricket.
sure there was no quarter given.
No.
Had to earn your wickets and runs.
Yeah, that's the nature of backyard cricket, isn't it? You got to dig in, and that's what makes it such fun. Hoey continuing his spell now.
I dare say your backyard in Ranelagh might be a little bit smaller than your backyard that it was in Kindlestown.
Well, we were very fortunate, Will, that we had, I suppose, nearly a cricket pitch, and that's where the boys played their cricket and loved their cricket, and their pals all came, and it was great fun. We could have done with you umpiring, mind you, on a number of occasions, as you could imagine.
One or two discussions, maybe.
Yeah, things got a bit lively at times, but all the fun of the fair. So Murray about to bowl his final over of his excellent spell.
He'll be looking to finish it up nice and early.
Yeah.
With the slight change of 11, it'll be interesting to see what batting positions the Pembroke adopt. Obviously missing Harry and Lorcan. What position?
And Andy.
And Andy, of course, as well. Who fills in those important middle order gaps.
Well, I would imagine, and I'm in the realms of speculation, that J.J. Garth and Tim Tector will open up. I would have thought.
I'd say that's a safe shout.
Maybe the pro will come in 3, Jack Tector 4, possibly in and around.
As we were saying before, Jack fresh off a century last week, so
Yeah.
obviously seeing it well.
Yeah.
Blake, as we were discussing off air, both been very, very impressed with his first few games in Leinster cricket.
A fantastic cricketer. In comes Murray. Batsman looking to sort of run it down to third.
Just even talking, some of the pros have had very, very good starts, and some you came over with lofty backstories. Possibly haven't got the results that they've been expecting, or the numbers that they'd be expecting. Patrick Shee, for example, seems to be
started very well.
Quality addition.
Yeah, started very well.
You might know slightly better than me, but I believe Marion's pro started against Clontarf last week, fresh off the plane, so hopefully he is.
Yeah, he's only just finding his feet and getting used to his surroundings, and I'm sure he'll be a huge addition to all in Anglesey Road. It's well bowled.
Another quality over, and I think he can be very, very happy with his with his bowling spell today.
He
very,
certainly
very happy.
Deserves his sandwich and cup of tea. Really splendid.
I think you and I know better, Heatley, that the teas are much better than just the teas in the Sambo down in Pembroke. Again, along with streaming services down here, the teas are top notch.
I think everything about this cricket club is out of the top drawer, and a club which so many of its members just love, and with such justification. Fantastic cricket setup here.
You trying to tell me that it was a bad decision that I left here after my junior cricket?
Marion and Greystone's gain, Will.
You're very kind there, Heatley, very kind. One or two of my teammates might disagree with you, but however.
So in comes Hoey. Here's an opportunity.
Nope.
No. Dropped just short of mid-off there.
Big question is, are these two going to just nudge around a few overs, or are they just going to try and up on the shoulders?
Well, you would think that after this, with 5 overs remaining...
Mind you, that's a lovely looking shot.
That's a gorgeous shot, yeah. And I was going to say, you would think they'd love to post a score in excess of 200, Will, but...
In the nicest possible way, that is not a shot of number 10.
That was a gorgeous shot.
Might be a subtle nudge to his skipper next week. Did you see that, Skip? Fancy, can I take a jump up a couple of slots?
That's the way you got to do it. That's...
As we were seeing with Cork County, just because you're batting down the order doesn't mean that you're not allowed to score runs.
Yeah. That's some performance by the number 9. Came in at 9.
117 for 7, and managed to get them all the way up to 270.
And brilliant.
And I can safely say he'll be opening with the new ball with a very, very big smile on his face.
Yeah. Well bowled, beautifully bowled.
That's big toppy.
Every run important for North Down now, Will. Every run is important.
Yes, unless something very serious happens, our original idea of 250 is a long way off. But as you rightly say, they will take everything off the bat, and they will certainly take the odd extra that they've just been afforded on the last delivery. They don't come around too often when you're playing against a quality bowling attack such as Pembroke have, even though they're missing some of their stars today.
Well bowled again. Howie just has the...
There's one thing that I can never really understand: the panic that sets into a batter when they've clearly inside edged it onto the pad. The ball gets lodged. It's an automatic dead ball on the laws of cricket, and yet the panic that sets into the batter to get rid of it.
There's a big appeal.
I think we can safely say that
it's not going to be not out.
Not got a lot going for that one.
Yep, and that concludes Gavin's spell. Splendid spell.
That's another superb outing for him. 10 overs, one for 32. Might even be one or two little nudges towards selectors saying, look what I can do. Yeah, so just looking at that replay, it might have struggled to hit 6. But it's good to see his vocal cords are still operating.
That's the name of the game. 5 overs remaining. And this the first round All-Ireland match between hosts Pembroke and the visitors North Down. North Down 169 now for the loss of 8 wickets.
And
Skipper comes back into the attack.
Change of tact with the seam finishing it's back onto the spin and flight of young Lawson. He'll be delighted to call that I'm calling him young, by the way.
Well, I think I'm right in saying that possibly last weekend, or it may indeed have been the previous weekend,
when he picked up his 200th wicket.
His 300th.
300th.
Yes.
I beg his pardon. Beg his pardon.
Yeah.
And that was league cricket as well. He's got all the cups and all the other stuff to add to that.
He's been a massive player for Pembroke for many years now. And of course, Theo, his brother, another really, really great cricketer. In fact, the best sweeper that I think I've seen in Irish cricket.
The only thing that he was short of was a broom.
He was fantastic. Saw Theo down
earlier. Did his commentary stint, which is nice to hear. I'll always remember doing. I did a game down here. Must be about 2 or 3 years ago.
Here's an opportunity.
Oh, and that's the end of the innings.
Taken?
That is the end of the innings.
Is the catch taken? Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's comfortably given given by the umpire quite quickly. So
yeah,
obviously quite comfortable with
no,
the
still
catch
still a man to come. It's not the end of the innings.
Oh, I beg your
We're
pardon.
only 9 down.
Beg your pardon.
Yeah,
beg your
9
pardon.
down.
That allows me to finish my story then very quickly. Theo was happily sweeping.
Just want to have a look at this replay, please. Good catch. Tried to slog sweep it. Very good catch. It was dipping
on the dip,
that nasty height. But
hands underneath.
Yeah, very good catch. Excellent. Sorry.
That's all right.
You were saying Theo Lawson?
Theo was 30 off practically nothing. And I'd say seven of his boundary shots had all been various sweeps. And I walked out to umpire at striker's end, and the fielder stood beside me and said, "Where can we bowl to him?" And I suggested anywhere he can't sweep.
Well, I remember a club game for my beloved YMCA when we had a 7-2 field against Theo, and he still broke my heart.
You mean a 2-7?
Yes, yes, yeah.
Not allowed to do that.
2-7, yeah.
Not even allowed to do that these days.
Yeah, yeah. But he really was a fantastic player. Scored a stack load of runs for Pembroke in his illustrious career.
Obviously, incredible hand-eye coordination.
His young boy Jack, I'm sure now will, in a year or two, will have a wee bat in his hand and a ball and maybe follow in his dad's footsteps. Who knows?
Interesting change of field with the short mid-wicket coming in here now.
Delighted to see Rodney Mullins walk past us there. You were talking about visitors to Pembroke, Rodney, of course.
Of course. Illustrious.
Yeah, absolutely.
Speaking of shots that we've just discussed, maybe a sweep shot might get rid of
Yeah.
the short mid-wicket here. That's a little bit more textbook than the sweep shot, mind you.
How much power has your phone got? Alice is going to be ringing and you can pump the message on. There's the messages I picked up when I was walking down the walk.
Huge change from we did that walk from when we started that walk.
So as we were saying, still a few overs to go. Last wicket.
Yeah.
The question is it a long handle or nudge and nerd?
Yeah.
They were spicy, weren't they?
They were very spicy.
I think with what I've seen, I'm more in the camp of nudge and nerdle right now, to be honest with you. You know, they could get another 10, 15 runs.
Which could be very important.
It could be, absolutely.
At the back end.
Absolutely. Obviously, North Down without their star bowler, the great Craig Young. Missing him today, and if you're watching Craig, it's a...
Get well soon.
Yep, and a very good afternoon to you. One of the great Irish bowlers, Craig Young. What a servant he's been for so many years now. Brilliant cricketer.
It's a bit of a loosener.
Wide delivery. North Down now creeping their way through the 170s.
Oof. A lot of bat swinging, not a lot of contact.
I think
Byron is
unsure as to how that missed.
he wasn't expecting it to hit the wood of the bat, though. He was expecting it to hit the other woodeny bits.
Absolutely. As I think was Greg Hollands as well. I think there was
nearly got through.
A cry of disbelief there.
But just looking at the scorecard here very quickly, the number of extras that they bowled, again, just highlights the quality outfit and the quality bowling outfit that is on show for Pembroke. I mean, even if you put into those 17 wides, at least one of those is a collection, 5 wides.
2, I think, actually.
There you go.
Yeah. In comes McDonough. Well, we talked about nudge and nerdle or long handle. Well, they've certainly gone with the long handle approach.
Someone's pressed the button.
That's right. Yep.
Either messages come in from their colleagues, or they've decided out in the middle on the question. But begs to be seen whether or not it's going to be a good idea. Oof. And that answers that question.
Yep. So that concludes the North Down innings. North Down all out for 172 in the 47th over. Byron McDonough wrapping things up there with a cracker of a delivery right up at, I heard you talk about the batsman's toes. Well, I think that's exactly what this was.
I think he's done well to get his toes out of the way of this, to be honest.
Yeah, cracking delivery.
That would have landed flush on the front toe.
Yep.
But that'll bring us all to tea, and we will be back. Someone will be back on duty in 30 minutes, approximately 4:10.
We might get a look at the
scorecard.
No. Okay.
No. That's our
That's it.
problem.
That's it. Oh yes.
We only have
yep.
Yes, unfortunately,
Yeah.
the technical difficulties will make sure that we have to talk to you through the scorecard.
Yeah, well,
scorecard.
we can do that. The big wicket of Ali Shields, that was a big wicket. We know the danger that he possesses. Really good player.
Keane Hilton
Absolutely, yeah.
Again, another big wicket. As we
Yeah,
were saying.
both scoring 8, and Mickey Copeland was the star of the show from a North Down perspective with his splendid 60. And Stephen Saul contributed very handsomely with a very fine 28 as well. Peter Davidson chipping in with a very useful 16. And the bowling figures, Will, I let you run through them, please.
As we talked before, Luke Murray would be very happy with his day out. 3 for 35 off his 10. Paul, the skipper, trundling away, 2 for 32 off 8. Alex Bolton, 2 for 49. Unlucky, I have to be honest. We were just discussing that. And then again, Byron finishing off the innings with 8.3 overs, 2 for 23. And finally, then Gavin again, another very solid performance. 10 overs, 1 for 32.
Thank you, Will, and thank you for your company over the past number of overs. So very shortly we'll resume, and when we do, Pembroke will require 173 runs. But for the time being, from a really sunny, gorgeous Sydney Parade, we'll say goodbye to you, and we look forward to your company very shortly.
Thanks again.
Thank you very much.
Enjoyed that. For your barbecue in the meantime.
Yeah. Yes, it's been a long time since for a first.
You've just given yourself a mention.
Time wandering around and watching the cricket.
Well done, Will.
Talking with the commentator's son on one side of the field and his wife on the other side of the field. Yeah, she was saying something about Alice and a lift.
She may need a lift.
And the priorities of parenting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Was she the lift after in the second innings?
What's that? Yeah, yeah. Absolutely.
As long as he's still smiling in that corner, I can still keep going there.
Did you parent him today? Yes. Of course I did. He got sun. Fresh air.
He got sun, fresh air, and he's got 2 arms and 2 legs.
Yeah. And the legs are working.
Everything's still operational.
5 or 600 a foot. No.
Is that what it is? Couldn't be. Hi, Alice. Hi, Pat. Can I give you a lift anywhere, sweetheart? Or? Okay. Okay. Are you coming? Are you going to come down to Pembroke? Okay, well, I'll have my phone on, so just give me a call one way or the other, please. Okay. Thanks, sweetheart. Okay. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Well done, everyone.
7 commentators.
Yeah.
7 commentators today. It's been a long time since I've been able to say.
Sky Sports haven't had that on days. I often wonder if we wrote into Sky Sports, do you have any old stuff you're getting rid of with the, the commentator and stuff, and you want to donate to the cricket club?
Any of these trucks?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure whether the truck would get up the lane.
Refresh their equipment every so often. How about a cricket?
Well, welcome back, everyone. We've got the just about to start the chase.
You really
Pembroke.
missed a chance there.
Go on.
I thought the 12th man was instantly going to come out there, and welcome back for the second time today.
Yeah, welcome back to the kitchen for the second time today.
So, on commentary now, we have James Cresswell and myself, Craig Senior. You rejoin us for the second innings of this Bob Kerr Irish Senior Cup game at Sydney Parade. North Down are the visitors. Pembroke, as you may have guessed, are the home side today. And, well, Niall just showing you a few of the shots.
No, just how it finished.
To end the North Down innings on 172. They still had 3.5 overs to go. Haven't used their full allocation. And it'll be interesting to see how Pembroke go about chasing down this total, James.
It will indeed. Whether it'll be a very measured, steady as she goes sort of response, or whether it'll be a fireworks, or whether the bowling will be incredibly tight and they'll have to grind out the first opening spells.
Well, when your opening partnership is Tim Tector and JJ Garth, I don't think they're going to Geoffrey boycott their way to 172.
No, I don't think it's going to be Test cricket. But anyway, here we go. We're about to start the reply.
I mean, the question's really, oh, that's a nice push into the offside to get off the mark.
Yeah, just despairing dive there by the cover fieldsman, but just a bit too wide of him, and they pick up a single to start the chase.
The fielder there was Mickey Copeland. He's the guy who scored the runs for North Down in that first innings and has given them a chance. Lovely knock, and it was lovely to see his wife commenting on the YouTube channel. I hope she's still watching now.
Well, he, has given North Down a chance of actually being able to have a total to defend. We're coming now to... Oh, that's a bit wide. The ball just a bit wide on the offside there, just let through to the keeper. Both batsmen now doing a bit of gardening, just to sort of look at the track and see what they think of that from their wishful shots that they're playing now, their practice shots. Anyway, JJ Garth, the face. Yet to get off the mark. That ball's a bit better, but they just punches it out to the offside. They pick up a single. Just nice soft hands there. Didn't put too much on it, and it just gave enough time for these two to cross. They're very fast in between the wickets, these two.
Well, yes. I mean, I did think that when they played that one there. But the thing I'm pleased with is the relationship they have with each other. It's just a call and they go.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
No doubt, no hesitation, no sending back, no admonishments afterwards. Davidson coming into bowl. Goes short. Well, that's just encouragement to lift it over the ring, because in this power play there's only two outside the ring. And if you're going to bowl there, it's going to slide away down to the covers.
And that's a shot in form. That's in one hand off the bat, and he still makes the boundary at the end.
I mean, that was a lower league shot, really, wasn't it, James? Should we get rid of this pad? It wasn't used in the first. We haven't got many notes.
We haven't really. Yeah.
We'll be commentating from the hip. There's a rucksack beside you there that way slide into and give some more room. And that was a super shot. Davidson in again. And again, powered away on the offside, and the despairing dive again of Copeland, and the ball is going down towards the rope. It is picked up inside the rope, just about, and they take their two, but that's nice for Tector. He's getting off the mark and getting going.
Yeah, there's two nice offside shots there. Some, we say, out to the covers.
Yep.
Through the covers and just been able to pick the gaps at the moment. So...
Do you know, you're the only person I commentate with. When we're commentating, all I can hear is the 12th man in the back of my head. The Tony Gregg and the covers tail, one of my favourites.
That's one that drifts down leg, and it's going to be called a wide.
Oh, what a fabulous day it is here at Pembroke.
Glorious, not a cloud in the sky, really.
There's hardly any breeze at all, even out on the railway side. It's the sort of day that, well, Pete Prendergast would have been in his shorts, T-shirt and cap today.
Yeah, doing multiple laps. Oh, that one just lost control. That was
not what he wanted at the end of the
I
first
think it's
over.
actually injured the slip there. He went down heavy trying to get that ball. I hope he's okay. He's looking in a bit of
It's his
discomfort. Yeah, went down hard on his knee.
I think that's his
I
knee.
really
think
hope he's okay.
Bit of pain there. Keeper helping him up now, and he seems to be willing enough to get to his feet, and he's hobbling. Oh, he obviously didn't like that.
No, that... Well, both of those two there did well not to concede, 4 wides, really, because of the bowler completely lost control of that.
Davison really didn't want to put it there, did he?
No, it looks like he's trying to swing it away and just got stuck in his hand or something.
That's much better.
Yeah,
Much better. End of the first over, and Pembroke have raced on to 9 runs. Tim Tector on 7. He's been out there for 3 of the balls, 4 of the balls. And his boundary, of course, a big help in compiling that 9. 173 is the target. And we'll see how we go from here. It was Peter Davidson who opened the bowling. We'll see who's bowling from the St John, from the nursery end next. It looks like Mohammed Ahil to me.
I think it's a spin option. Or maybe not. Oh no, he's going for the long walk back.
Mind you, could still be a spinner.
Well, yeah, don't come on.
We've seen bowlers who have taken run-ups that are twice as long as they need to be.
Don't
down
be
at
ever.
our level. It's always the kids who love the 30-yard run. No, I did the same myself, I'm absolutely certain.
Yeah, they're half puffed, almost puffed out before they get to the actual wicket itself.
Yeah, slowing down by the time they reach the wicket.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So we've got a very strong offside field here. Looks like it's a 6-3 split. Yep.
Just the one outside the ring on the leg side, mid-wicket and mid-on, and that's it on the leg side. And they're testing that out straight away.
Yeah, that was way too short and too much on the leg side.
And the fielder does a good job. Persistency, I think, fetched that one back from the boundary. And, well, more runs for Pembroke.
Bit of a loosener there by the bowler. Trying to steam in with all his might, but just not quite on the money.
Just perhaps trying a little too hard.
Perhaps.
Looking for that early breakthrough that North Downfield that they must get to give themselves a chance in this game. Another short one. He'll let that go through to the keeper, and it's wide as well.
Yeah, that was outside the blue line, one would feel. Again, I'm not sure if he's expressed enough pace to bowl that short ball. I mean, he may have not seen how these two bat, but they love that ball generally, and it normally gets dispatched for many runs.
They're not willing. They're not unwilling to take on the short ball, are they?
No.
That's a better height. It's getting up into his rib cage there. That's sort of a bit more sensible than going over the top of his helmet.
Yeah, that was a lot better ball. Just sort of made the batsman get up on his toes and ride that one on the leg side just for one run. So it's got a bit of zip and a bit of bounce is getting out of the wicket. I mean, it's a really nice wicket today. It's been baked there for basically the whole week, so it's probably as hard as concrete. Again, though, McDonald's done a fantastic job of keeping this ground in perfect shape and condition.
It's nicely played away on the offside. It is to the fielder who's fielding on the ring, and we all know how much that winds me up.
And me. It's like...
be walking in from the ring, maybe, but be there to cut off the single. Don't sit back and just let them play you like that.
Well, at least now that you've seen that they've played it like that, yeah, everyone's take 5 steps forward. That's what I would have thought. That's a better ball. Just defended nicely away.
Our viewing figures going down by 1 as Steve McCarthy declares open the bar. Well, Steve, the bar's been open for a while now, but I certainly would suggest getting off the couch and coming down to Pembroke and enjoying this game and this weather. Good crowd here today. Always a good crowd at the Irish Senior Cup. I thought North Down may have brought one or two more, but of course you don't know how many other teams they've got playing today.
That's true. But no, it's a great crowd today. That one's just a bit too wide and cut away the point, but it's there's a man there, so it's no run.
Nice bit of fielding.
Yeah, it was actually. It was quite sharp.
Just behind point.
And I suppose that's their argument is about, like, well, we don't want to get too far off the ring because they're hitting it that well.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose so.
But that's different at point, I think. I think if you're in the covers, you should be a bit more attacking.
There's another one just played into the offside.
Batsmen being quite watchful for those balls, and that's a good over for Pembroke.
Well, Pembroke have moved on to 15 now, without loss after 2 overs. They feel that they're doing a good job.
Well, that's a very steady and, you say, aggressive start, but not being too aggressive. They're just taking the runs when they can. Davison now back into the attack, so he'd be looking to bowl a bit more of a better channel for this over. Here he goes again. That's better. It's a nice Yorker attempt and just played away on the offside to a sort of pointish cover region. No run. That's a better ball.
Tim Tector, the batsman in the short sleeves. JJ Garth opting, and always does opt for the longer sleeves. Not that it provided much protection for him.
No, the other day when he got... That's a better ball, but it just played past the... it's a lovely shot, actually. Just played past the bowler on the leg side and just runs down, beats everyone, runs down to the boundary for 4 runs. A lovely straight drive.
My word, that was glorious.
Wasn't it?
And there was nothing to it. There was no oohs and ahs from the crowd. It was just played on the ground, straight back past. And he had no chance of being stopped before it hit the sight screen. Lovely straight drive. Oh, the shoulders are starting to open up on Tim Tector now, one feels.
Well, you know, if it's wide to Tim Tector, he's going to go for it. The man in the form that he's in, why wouldn't you? This time it just went to the fielder, so no run. I just feel if you're going to get one remotely short here, it's going to get pulled to the boundary.
I think Davidson knows better than that. It doesn't matter. This one's over pitched and is driven through the covers for another boundary, another 4. And Pembroke, well, we wondered how they were going to approach this chase of 173, James, in 50 overs. I don't think it's going to be 50 overs anyway.
Well, and obviously Tim Tector doesn't like running. That was a glorious shot. Look at that, just cracked through the covers.
These batsmen, these 2 batsmen that we were saying earlier are very quick, but you don't need to be when you hit the ball like that.
And the placement is just gorgeous. I mean, when it goes your way, it goes your way. Northtown have a pretty good field, but they just are finding the gaps here. This one goes straight to mid-on. No run.
Tough for North Down at the moment. They need to break a partnership and they need to get a wicket just
really early on.
If only for the belief it will give them as a team.
Oh, that's it, you know. So it's a good contest for Davison here, just to get that right line. Tried to get the inch. Oh, that was a bit on the leg side, and that's just whipped off the pads, and it's straight over the ring, and it's down to the boundary.
That's knowing how to play the power play.
Yeah, that is.
If you lift it over the fielder in the ring, it's going to run away quite nicely. 4 more runs for Pembroke, end of the over. 27 on the board after 3, James.
Glorious shot. We just watched the replay here. Just whipped off the bat. Gets middles it so nicely that it just lifts over the ring there, and it's just trickles away there to the boundary. I just noticed changing ends that the slip fieldsman, he's still got
he's not happy, is he?
He's got a very sore leg and knee here. He's still hobbling around.
Perhaps one of us will get called from the commentary box to go and appear It's unlikely.
Yeah, I don't think things are that desperate yet, you know.
More
Anyway.
more than a dozen people here.
That's
so.
a better ball.
Oh.
Straight back to the bowler who takes it cleanly and half threatens to throw it down the stumps, but he just...
That's obviously the best ball he's had so far.
That's a lovely ball, actually, wasn't it?
And, yeah, the act of semi-throwing at the batsman's end, it's one of those ones where if he had let go, do you know, it would have gone for a boundary.
Yeah.
I didn't get a burger. I was waiting on... Are they Nicky's? They're Nicky's, yeah.
Another good ball there. This one played away in the offside there to the cover region and no run.
It works this time. It's the ball before.
You watch the replay of the great fielding by the bowler. Nice bounce. And
he decides, really, what's the point?
Tim Teta trying to get back. Just make sure he's back. And
I saw Heather Knight getting out like that during the week, where the bowler went for a catch, missed it, but it hit her on the stumps.
That's the worst way to go out, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know, because at least you know that's not your fault. JJ finds the gap in the fielder chases it in vain.
Yeah, just cracks that one down towards the cover region, splits the fielders, Craig was saying, and into the boundary in front of the clubhouse. Lovely shot.
That is glorious again. Pembroke easily making their way into this game.
Really fast outfield today.
31 on the board, 3.5 overs. Yeah, we've noticed how much the outfield has sped up since the season began. One, I think maybe the cutting has been a bit lower now at this time of year when you're getting such growth. And the conditions have been very good for growth. And I think Dale has done a wonderful job. The outfield looks fabulous. And the wicket's playing beautifully so far.
Yeah, full marks to Dale. Well done.
That one driven down, but mid-on is there. That will be a dot ball.
He's bowling a lot better this over. Mohammed Ahil. He's been a lot
Put
more...
a call out for Nicky Bell, is it?
Where did you say the sanitizer was?
Inside the... And the blue towel as well now. Niall. Now.
He's got a very front-on action, this bowler, Ahil.
Oh, another cracking shot that's going to race away to the fence without hindrance and reaches there in double quick time. Well, that was a beautiful shot, Garth. Reminiscent of classic batsmen you'd have seen on black and white TV back in the day. That was just absolutely along the carpet, no chances there. Just took the runs and said, thank you very much. That ends the over, and I think that Mohammed Ahil, well, I just think he's bowling the wrong length for his bowling, and he's just feeding shots at the moment. He's not found a consistent length, I'll say that.
No, when he bowls into the batsman, that's where he's most effective. Cramps at the batsman, they've been just defending those back for dot balls. When he bowls it a little bit wide, especially wide and full, like he just bowled that ball, well, it's just, thanks very much, it's just a gift. Anyway, we're going to change a bowling from the St John's end. Looks like a spin attack is coming into play.
Davidson from his 2 overs had gone for 22, and Mohammed from his 2 overs has gone for 13. So one feels that change needs to be made.
Well, 35 runs on the board after 4. Yeah, something has to happen here. I think this is a good move from the captain. I think you can't just sit there and let the game slip out of your hands. You've got to take the initiative.
You've also got to give your spinner the most chance.
Yep.
As that one, unfortunately, is pitched outside the off stump and leapt upon by Tim Tector, and he powers that one away through the offside. 4 runs. You've got to try things because you're giving the spinner at least, although he doesn't have fielders, he's only got the 2 fielders out. It's tough for a spinner in the power play.
If you watch that ball too, it was interesting. Tim Tector moves away from the stump to give himself room there. So it wasn't probably the worst ball, but he just made space and cracked it and cut it away through the covers deep.
Cracking it away again. This time the fielders get to it. Keep that as a dot ball. But yes, Josh Corbett, this spinner from the St John's end, He wouldn't have expected to have been bowling the 5th over.
That's better. Well defended there by the batsman, just on a really good sort of middle stump, leg stump line. Just played back to the bowler.
Alistair Shields telling one of his other bowlers to warm up as well. It looks like it might be a double change. As Tector goes past the fielder and another one runs away to the boundary, and Shields must be feeling like the captain of the Titanic at the moment.
Wow. They've really come out and made a statement, these two Pembroke batters. Another great shot, despairing dive there by the fielder, sort of in a point coverage region. What would you call that? And it's just, once you've gone through the ring, there's not much there to stop it. Again, lovely straight bat this time, just to the covers, or extra cover. No run. It's a better ball and better fielding. It looks like that fielder is also feeling the effects of a sore knee. It charges the ball now.
Well, you get the feeling if it was more into the innings and runs were needed, they'd have taken a single there, but Tector quite happy to turn it down. Shields does the fielding, they end the 5th over, and the score now has moved on to 43. 43 off 4. My goodness.
Yeah, someone's in a hurry to get home.
Current run rate 8.67, and with a target of 173 and 45 overs remaining, Pembroke, well, they only need another 130 at less than 3 and over. Do you think these two are going to go along at 3 and over?
Well, they haven't yet. Not this season. Yeah. That's a better ball. That just gets a bit more movement into the batsman and squares him up. He just has to play that one back. That's a better line for him to be bowling. But I think, when you're up against a side that's, I guess, in a bit more form than your own, although it's hard sometimes when you think, we haven't got enough on the board necessarily, and they're taking us apart in the earlier run chase, you've got to look at some positives and think, well, this is what we need to aspire to if you're the opposition.
Yeah.
What can we learn from this about their approach to the game, about their shot selections, potentially? Because I think the first two batters for North Down really got themselves out. There were some unfortunate deliveries and shots, and maybe the second batter was a bit of a loose shot, got it sort of towed it to...
Yeah, Alistair Shields picking that Luke Murray full toss.
Yeah.
And not depositing it into the gardens, but merely tamely putting it up for Tector.
You felt all batsmen feel for that sort of batter when that happens. It's
now that's a way of getting out that you feel really bad about.
You do. It's just,
whereas being run out at the non-striker's end, there's a kind of, well, it wasn't my fault.
Yeah, that's true.
Nicely played by JJ Garth. Very defensive shot, but it runs fastly enough out into the ring where Copeland does the fielding, and the ball goes back to the bowler. And there is just 2 balls remaining in the 6th over, and Pembroke going along very nicely indeed.
Well, it's going to be difficult to find an answer, you think, from a North Down point of view. They just have to keep working hard here. And what sort of trap would you think you can set? I'm not quite sure if the form of these two batsmen are in, because they're not really lifting it in the air very often. There you go. That's the awful
that short ball you were talking about was going to be dispatched, and dispatched it was. 4 runs to Garth. I was just looking at the NV Play. One of the statistics they do give you is the DLS score, and at the moment the DLS score would be 9.
Sorry?
DLS score at the end of this over would be 9. Head on points, and I don't think DLS is going to come into it today. North Down need 10 wickets. Pembroke need runs.
That's a lovely ball. These guys are very deep in the ring. Allows for a single.
That will bring Tim Tector back on strike. Tector at the moment sitting very nicely on 28, and he's only faced 17 balls. He was left out of the West Indies squad. He'd made it into the Island squad on their last tour, although I don't think he got any game time.
Right,
Still,
only
nice,
fielding.
nice.
Only fielding. He got on the field as a fielder, but not with the bat in his hand, unfortunately. Wow.
Well, you have to say it's Pembroke's game to lose at this stage. These two have given them a solid start. They've nearly put on a half-century already. It's not like they've taken their time. And if the rest of the side couldn't get them home from here, it would be pretty sad indictment.
Well, one thing they have got to do is not bowl short.
It's been a better delivery this time, but it is played down the ground. They do take the single. Garth giving Tector the strike. And Garth is playing this role really well. He's on 18 off just 20 balls, so it's not like he's hanging around, but he's just not attacking the same way Tim Tector is. Oh, there's another glorious shot now. The fielder is in the right spot for that. They've conceded too many in that sort of covers long on area, long off area.
Yeah.
Good crowd down the wall now. Cyril's Way filling up. Michael Sharp corner definitely full, and in front of the clubhouse. There's all tables taken. Car park's quite full now.
Again, that's the third shot in a row to the identical area. 3 singles. As a captain, if I was, you'd be very frustrated because it doesn't matter where you put your field. They're just finding the placement so well.
This one powered away again through the offside. Another loose delivery for Tector to leap upon. Another 4 runs, and that's the 50 up for Pembroke. Listen to that crowd roar. Well, glorious shot by Tector. He is racing along. He certainly seems in the mood today. He saw his brother Jack get a century at the weekend.
Yeah, that was a lovely knock. I didn't get to see it, but I heard good things. But any knock that's a century is a good knock.
Oh, look, his team needed it.
Yeah,
Pembroke had lost 4 early wickets on the match and did very well then to bowl Adamstown out and win that game. And it's a full toss, and my goodness, it's going to be a man underneath it who takes the catch.
And that's a great breakthrough for North Down.
We talk about
bad balls
getting off a full toss. You stay here.
No, I've got to go.
Oh, right, yep. James Cresswell heading off to an evening to forget. Hope you enjoy yourself, James.
I'm ecstatic.
You are, aren't you? You'd far rather be sat here with a pint of Heineken.
I would actually and watch a bit more cricket, but that's not to be. So thank you, Craig. Thank you, everyone, for listening. And I'll hand you off to a co-commentator at the moment, to Will, and enjoy the rest of the match.
Here was it.
Enjoy your evening, sir. Thank you. Rank full toss and
coughed it to mid on.
Here comes the replay now.
Okay, so similar to that wicket then.
Yeah. Well, guys, thanks very much for lunch and everything. And,
Oh, thank you, James. See you in the morning.
Enjoy the recycle.
James will be back, of course, tomorrow. The women's seconds and thirds both playing game T20s here. So I think it's a noon start.
Yes.
And then a game at 4 o'clock as well. However, North Down will be delighted to have broken that partnership. It was a 55 partnership. Will, what do you think?
An interesting piece of cricket is probably how I describe that. A poor delivery.
Poorer shot.
Poorer shot. Actually turned out to be quite a good catch.
Yeah, catch over his shoulders. Alistair Shields would be pleased to have taken that one. And Josh Corbett to continue then.
That's a classy way to get off the mark, mind you.
Well, I have to say, I've seen Blake Bazzi a couple of times now. Blake McDonald, this is, Pembroke's pro this year, who has signed a contract with Cricket Victoria. And he's showing why Nick Stapleton recommended him to us during Nick's time here as pro. We'll see Nick later on in the season. He's coming over to Ireland to get married. And I think we have a 6th game that day you might like to turn out for.
Just like my wedding. I have my wedding down in Pembroke as well, and there was a game on the same day. Early finish. But yes, certainly he seems to be a quality addition to an already very, very strong side. Blake, I mean, myself and Heatley were talking there just a few minutes ago, just regarding his numbers that he has coming in from playing in New South Wales and Victoria, and I think Pembroke have done well picking up someone of his stature.
Yeah, well, somebody who's signed with Cricket Victoria, as I say, his first-class career ahead of him. The thing for Pembroke is that it does mean he goes home in August. And that could leave Pembroke. Now, once again, the strength and depth of Pembroke is something that I've never seen in the club's history. And it's amazing that even here we're saying what a strong team we have out today, and yet you're missing the internationals.
Well, I suppose one of the questions that I would ask is, that he's gone back in August. August, unfortunately, is when a lot of the business,
the silverware
silverware time happens. At what stage does he go?
Well, when he has to. Victoria have the priority there, that's for sure.
Well, okay. Even use today's competition as an example. The finals on I believe the 16th or 17th of August. It'd be hard luck chum if you get a phone call the week before the final.
Oh, he'll know when he's to go, if he doesn't already. I'm sure with the professionalism of Victoria, he's been given diet sheets and turn-up times and all sorts. Cracking shot through the offside. That's a lovely shot in itself.
Nice piece of work on the boundary.
Oh, saves the boundary. Bowler will be grateful for that.
Saves the figures.
Tom Crothers bowling from the nursery end. Another change of bowling.
After talking about the talent at one end of Blake, we haven't talked about the talent that's on show that's been produced by the club already. Being JJ, I mean, for a player that came through the ranks as a pure bowler, he really has reinvented himself over the last few years. Now one of the pure gun fielders that we have around the province, and a very reliable umpling bat.
Yeah, does a super job top of the order. Positive player. Positive in everything he does, but one of the things, as you say, he'd knocked bowling on the head. It wasn't working for him. It was just causing him anxiety, I think, by the time he said, right, I'm going to be a batsman. And once he'd made that decision, he became one, and a very good one too. Now, Nick Stapleton brought him back into the bowling side.
Oh, interesting.
And got him bowling again, and I think JJ sort of enjoys it now.
He fiddles in now and again with the odd few overs that need to be bowled. I wasn't aware that Nick had coaxed him back from the ether, if you like.
That's what I heard. But then again, anything I say is hearsay.
Change of bowling coming on. And North Down will hope for continued success. This will be their professional coming on, Copeland.
Well,
I'm not aware of what style he bowls, but he looks like he bowls a bit of right arm over.
Well, I think primarily it's an interesting conversation I had with somebody earlier that the clubs in the NCU tend to sign batsmen, not bowlers. It's off spin and it's spun away down to the clubhouse, down to Michael Sharp corner, and 4 runs. And that's not the start he wanted.
In the nicest way. I'm going to look at this replay now. It's not textbook is probably how I describe it.
Nick Stapleton with the St George's Club. Blake moved away from there. Obviously, he'll be playing in Victoria now.
That came out slightly better than the first one.
Yes, the first one was definitely sort of 22 yards. I'd forgotten that. So we're still playing under 11.
I believe the lengths were actually changed only yesterday. Speaking of under 11s, they now play off an even shorter pitch.
Good. Far easier, still singles on. Copeland in then from the St John's end, and again pulled around the corner, and it's a replica. That wasn't a replay you saw. That was a separate shot. Now 8 off this over already, and Copeland, well, he's just pulled it down.
Reaching into his inner Theo Lawson there, I reckon.
Not quite going down as far as Theo did, anyway. Nice call through just for a single.
I suppose it's one of the points that we have discussed. You hit the bad balls and bad balls for boundaries, and any good balls you knock it around for 1s and 2s. Sign of quality players. Another very profitable over for Pembroke as they move along to chasing this total. As we've discussed in previous stints, I think North Down will be quite disappointed having won the toss and ending up with a total that was well under 200, and certainly not near the original target that they had, which would have been north of 250.
Yeah, 50 over game, you're looking for over 5 and over. And it seems quite a good batting service. I mean, it's not had any horrors. We haven't seen anything jagging or going low or anything like that. So it's played true enough. Pembroke just need 102 now from 41 overs. And North Down need 9 more wickets.
Certainly another quality track that Dale has produced down in Pembroke. One of the other staples that we expect down in Pembroke. Good facilities, good outfields, good pitches, and all the credit is deserved by him and his staff.
A few changes in the field. Still inside the power play, of course. This is the final over of the power play. And at that stage then, I think you may see a few more people outside the ring.
Yeah, I think they might
Spinner might
run. They might run for the breaches, all right.
Tom Carruthers it is from the nursery end. He'll start with a single, cracked out to the boundary on the railway line.
Don't know if you noticed, just before that ball, Blake was asking the umpire whether or not they'd come out of the power play, and it was quite a subtle response. No, this is the last over. Might have been something as subtle as look at the board. There's only 9 on it.
Yeah.
I'll let you be the judge of those paragraphs. Your chicken now.
Oh, just out of the left hand. Now the question is whether it was a bump ball or not. But the way the fielder's lying there, he's ruining the chance.
Going on reaction. He certainly would have been going up big for it. Not sure myself. It was. It wasn't bump at all.
Well, Blake McDonald gets a life. JJ Garth plays one out to the offside.
Hello, puppy.
Chewy joining us at the commentary box. Susie's the one who's, well, being dragged for a walk.
Yeah, it's not a walk anymore. It's a drag.
Nice full delivery from the bowler. Just gets past his hand, squeezes away, and will be picked up by the third fielder.
Mr. Mullins, how are you?
Cloudless sky, absolutely fabulous up there. Just the chemtrails of airliners. People heading off to the States. I don't know why, but people are still heading off to the States.
Well, there's many good things in America. Some people call them Americans.
Yeah. Carruthers then looking to get out of this over. It's been good so far. He's a tall lad. Generates a bit of speed. One for the future, one thinks, Will.
If I remember rightly, he was the captain last year.
Wow.
Certainly someone of his ilk. I umpired in this team once last year. I'm nearly sure he was the captain.
North Down, of course, had a golden period, sort of around the turn of the century.
This is not a bump again, just for the catch effort.
Super effort in the field, it really was. I mean, if Shields had pulled that in, he'd have been talking about that all the way home on the bus.
Copeland back on again. Just play down the ground. Keep it simple. Garth doing well at the moment. He's on 25 now, I think, from just 32 balls. And the target now down to 2 figures. Dot ball.
Nice piece of work. Just bringing that square mid wicket a little bit straighter to cut off that shot.
Doesn't matter.
No, not cutting that one off.
Well, this time just picking the gap between bowler and fielder with a surgical precision, and it results in a single. This one nearly squeezing its way through, but instead JJ Garth playing it out to square leg. Notice the umpire standing at point.
I think Warren had the sun in his eyes, so he's decided to run for the other side.
It's quite high, and he has got a floppy on, but I mean, I don't mind. I always think for the umpire, you see more on the open side.
Very true, but there's less fielding traffic, which is one of the reasons why when you're umpiring at that end, at striker's end, you're asked to be on the leg side, which sometimes can end up being a little bit difficult.
Push that one in. Gets out of the over. Well, we don't quite have the tension that we had here on Thursday when Pembroke women lost by 1 run chasing down a Clontarf total. But there's still interest in this game. 9 wickets to go.
Certainly, but these two will both be looking to do the vast majority of this job, possibly even look at red inked towards the end with a nice big score beside their name.
I see Anne-Marie Garth is hiding in the car park. She never likes to be seen on the ground when Child is playing. Always thinks that being there is a distraction, whereas I'm the opposite. I love seeing Amanda on the sideline. It makes me play better. So I don't know why Anne-Marie thinks that her presence is going to cause any ill fortune for her son.
Well, there's a question for you, Craig. Would you know if your significant other is watching short of them catching your attention?
Oh, it doesn't matter whether they're actually watching. They're just on the ground. I mean, if you're in the middle of a crowd of people and you're having a few drinks, then your eye isn't going to be on the cricket all the time. But you are aware that if you play a 4 down towards that bar area, then you'll get the attention.
True, true.
Nicely tucked away off the rib cage. They'll look for 2 this time, and they'll get it, well, at a canter, I'd say. Wasn't a trot, but it certainly wasn't a sprint either.
Just riding the bounce. Nicely played.
It was very nicely tucked away. Just dropped away on the offside, but there is a fielder in close enough there. Just to keep them honest, I suppose.
Just going to say, he's bowling a length that's keeping both batters nice and honest. They can't just jump on the front foot.
And he's obviously bowling quite straight at the moment as well. little bit of frustration there for Garth. But he'll shake it off, take the next ball.
It's one of the benefits of only chasing 170 odd as opposed to 300.
Yeah.
That every
scoreboard pressure isn't exactly crushing.
Quite the same, yes.
Oh, again, if you go short, he's going to take you on that side.
That's a nice piece of work on the boundary.
He's willing to do anything to stop that crossing the line.
He was definitely second favourite off the bat there.
2 more onto the total. Moves on to 81. Under par score from North Down earlier on, 172 all out with 3.5 overs remaining. Oh, that
crushing
is a
shot.
Crushing shot. That has hit halfway down the wicket on the boundary. If you drew straight line from where the ball went, it's gone exactly to mid-wicket. That's just hand-eye coordination that has put that ball out there at that pace, and there you go, crashing into Cyril's way.
You won't see it in the textbook due to the footwork, but it's a wonderful shot. Otherwise, I mean, he's got his head right over the ball, stretched over, and it's creamed off the middle of the bat. 34.
Strike rate of 87 for Garth.
So it's a date innings.
Oh, and he's bringing out the box of tricks now. It's lifted over his shoulder. It runs down to the boundary. It's another 4. Copeland's not going to like that. Where do you think the next one's going?
If he was a seamer, I'd say up his nose. But the fact that he's only a spinner could be interesting.
Toss it up higher and slower.
That's one way of looking at it.
That's what I'd do.
I reckon it could be quick. No?
Pushed out on the offside. The boundary fielder will get this one. Prevent another boundary. But he certainly wasn't going to bowl short again and let Garth lift him past the keeper like that.
No, that wouldn't have been in the plan.
End of this over, Graham. We'll make a change. That's nicely played, but nicely fielded in the ring as well. Mohamed Hill.
That's slightly straighter mid-wicket coming into play there. They're going to hope that he plays one slightly in the air there. That could be, and that'll be one of their wicket-taking options that he's trying to bowl for.
Yeah, just wants that one where the bat doesn't come all the way through and just lifts it. There we go, just tucked away on the leg side, into space, take the single.
No rush required. They can win it in ones and twos. Put away the odd bad ball.
Well, at this stage, I'm going to take a break. I've thoroughly enjoyed my time on the mic, and I shall pass over to Graham Mooney, and Graham will remain with Will Houston.
Thanks very much, Craig, as always. Very enjoyable commentary in a few minutes. Now we're passing over to Giggles himself.
Thanks. It's actually Medals Mooney. That is the club nickname, along with a few ones I won't say on broadcast.
Actually stopped off his own bowling, protecting his own figures. I think we both played with a few bowlers in our time, Graham, that they were excellent fielders of their own bowling, but when you stuck them in the covers and it literally trundled over to them, they'd occasionally miss it. Yeah,
I think that's universal in cricket. There's always somebody who'll put in that little bit of extra for their own. My thing was always, I'd run over to the umpire to remind him that's a bye or a leg bye. If he was forgetting to signal it, that's how I kept my figures down.
There might be one or two at senior level that do that as well.
Yeah, all about the numbers. when you have fairly few. So Carruthers just trying to probe away. Obviously, North Down here now with this situation as we creep towards the 100 inside 15 overs. Well, if you're North Down, do you change anything?
I don't think they've much option but to keep regularly change the bowling and see if it changes.
You shouldn't have said that about the skipper.
See if a change suddenly yields.
I know,
profits.
but you need 9 wickets. You're in a cup game. It's about, it's not points or bonus points. You're in a cup. It's 9 wickets. You're either in the hat next week or you're not. So I know it could easily finish within 10 overs, but just obviously we know the Pembroke players well from watching them week in, week out. You would say they're unlikely to lose 9 wickets without extra pressure being put on.
Yeah,
they're not going to throw away 9 wickets.
That's probably quite fair. Just on the subject of going through results, obviously this game is still live. CIYMS against Breedy, 312 for 4 and they're 50, and Breedy in reply 54 off the power play for naught.
For naught. Oh, that's a good track.
You never know.
That is a good track.
Warrenstown and Donamana, the derby or the tie of the rounds that was called earlier. 359 being chased by Donamana, who are currently 52 for naught of less than 8.
Wow.
That could be a very improbable close game.
That could be a hell of a day out for Donamana. And it's still obviously you're still talking 300 and whatever 20 runs. Or 300 runs.
That's a lot, and that's a lot of runs and a lot of cricket to be played to make that a tight game.
Well, it's about the top third. It's about the cricket brain in matches like that. Obviously, it's a good track. It's a run-a-ball track. It's about not losing your head what all others around you do.
If I remember rightly, the Lawn is not the biggest ground in the world, so you never know.
It's a good outfield usually from my visits.
Just running through the other games, we've Clontarf won's 65 for 2 off 9, chasing 237 to win.
That's poised.
Yeah, that can be 50-50.
That's 50-50. Now, the Clontarf tail proved only last week in the league that they can do the business.
This is quite true.
But cups are cups.
Yeah, they're pro Patrick G having a wonderful knock in that game.
He's a good player. So you'd still say Clontarf at the moment, unless you saw 2-3 quick wickets, you would put your money on Clontarf.
Yeah, boxy there. Malahide had an interesting start to their to the second innings. They're defending 341. They had Woodvale 2 for 2 in the first over. That's a beautiful
shot. That's their first 6. That is a great shot from Garrett. Just down the track, just enough. And then popped right to here it is.
Lovely
just down
shot.
the track.
That's a lovely shot.
Using the feet, head still, and through the line. That's a great shot.
Disappointingly, didn't hold the post.
Yeah, he's not that kind of batsman. When you do it so often, you don't need to. But that's
moving on. Moving down through Cliftonville Academy, 162 all out. Balbriggan 65 for 1 in response after nearly 16 overs.
I wouldn't say that's dead and buried yet. I've just looking at Balbriggan's batting this year. They have had quite a few collapses.
It's been a little bit brittle.
They are a big They're like a little puppy who's rolled over and you can scratch the belly.
Oh.
Well, and it's club-wide at the moment. Their men and women's ones have a soft side so far this season.
Yeah. Moving on down, we can definitely say that it looks like a very short game happening for Rush up in Derry, defending 365. Ardmore we can describe as in trouble as 23 for 4 in the 7th.
Giving the middle order a chance. That's how you describe it. Middle order's day to prove to the skipper. But anyway, here Cruthers is going to continue into his 5th over. He's not going too badly. Like, he's going under 5, which is definitely better than the rate at the moment. That's his. But unfortunately, again, no matter how well he bowls on that track, he is hoping for either a demon ball or mistake. Yeah, wickie's up.
Put a bit of pressure on.
Bit of pressure with the wickie up. I'd still like a slip.
With the pace that he's bowling, the keeper's going to be doing well to be taking everything there. But Keane's a handy keeper.
You can't risk anything. Oh, too short. That's punished. That's just wide of. Well, you wouldn't say deep mid on. It's kind of in between the two.
That's another one for the umpire to stretch the arms.
Yeah. He really just needs to be Yorkers bowling toes, and then let him drive and see what happens. But if you're going to bowl that short to somebody in form.
Bowling a slower leg cutter there, seized on and dispatched.
Yeah, and MacDonald, he's such a fine batsman. Of course, having signed a contract with Victoria Cricket recently.
Whoa.
Oh, what a
hit it and watch it.
Yeah, back-to-back 4s from MacDonald's. So he's raced into the 30s here. Still yet to face 25 deliveries.
Feels like no time.
Yeah, he's a very good straight driver of the ball as well. But he has the whole round, the ground package. So it's going to be tough for this youngster. Although, this is where you play the game. Put yourself up to the challenge. You know what I mean? In a few years, he may, who knows how Blake's career will go, he may say he bowled against an Australian international. I think he's just pushed
one way of looking at it.
Yeah, well, he got a game in for the Melbourne Stars or Renegades, one or the other, in the Bash there this year, and like I said, just signed a full Victorian contract. So they've spotted something.
Okay. Just going through the other games, we got Coleraine and Muckamore. Coleraine 213. Muckamore in trouble. 45 for 4 after 11.
Yeah.
That could be a struggle.
Yeah.
But I reckon it's all to play for then. And then in Cork.
That's the game I want to be at right now. I want to be in the Mardyke. That looks like it could be an absolutely standout finish.
Certainly, going into that game, Cork would have been heavy underdogs, dare I say.
Yeah.
But having somehow managed to get to 271 due to some heroics of the lower order. 175 for 3 in the 36, so they need.
It's a lovely little shot there now.
6.5 an hour.
Anne-Marie Garrett, and I don't recognise the other person. Amanda Dunlop there, having a little natter, solving the world's problems. In under the tree in the shade. Hiding from JJ. She's not allowed to watch him play. Well, I think he's settled now. He's into 44 of 51 deliveries. You would have to say he is in. And even though Blake McDonald has only faced 23 deliveries, I feel he's in. So, really, North Down are just hoping for something weird and wonderful.
They're really hoping for a big mistake here at this stage. Yeah. 2 lads in on a good deck. Yeah. Sun's out. Good luck.
Well, it's 1-1-1. So maybe the cricketing gods. Oh, that's hit big. And
down the throat. There you go.
1-1-1.
Nelson strikes again.
Called it. The cricketing gods laugh at batsmen. Just they brought themselves. They were comfortable. They were set. And as I said, he looked in.
Not quite sure if it was 1-1-1. It looks like 1-1-0 for me.
Oh, okay. I thought they hadn't caught up, but they have, obviously. I was went behind. It's 1-1-1 on the board. It is, yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, 1-1-1 for 2 now, Pembroke. Obviously, a bit of luck for the bowler. You'd say that wasn't maybe. Here's the replay. His best delivery. It was short. It was down leg. And it just got the top part of the bat, really. He didn't get foot, and it still got all the way out there. But a good take over the head.
Well, Mummy Garth can come out of the shadows now.
Yeah. Well, no, that was Blake. Blake McDonald.
Oh, it's Blake. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
So Jack Tector comes in now in his distinctive cap. Obviously his favourite helmet. So he's easy to spot when batting.
Oh.
So yeah, Blake could be a bit upset. He gets a start and just, you know.
He's done a lot of the heavy lifting for the team, though.
It's the damage. He's done a lot of damage. Any nerves or after the fall of the worst first wicket dispelled with that knock of 30 and just the 26 deliveries. So yeah, Jack Tector. And straight away off the mark with just a little push into the offside.
Nudge and go.
Nudge and go, exactly.
Last two games that are still happening in the Irish Cup, we've Cork Ireland Quins trying to defend 193. Dare I say that's subpar as well across the road. 76-1 being Railway off 15, so well up the rate. And final game, Estonians look as though they're going to be taking care of business in the next few minutes. 171 for 4, chasing 179.
That was a good delivery there. It got a little bit of extra bounce, so there is some life in that pitch still for the bowlers. Just popped up on Garth a little, but nobody's around the bat, so it was just safely plopped down on the offside. So that's the end of the 17th over. Pembroke have moved to 1-1-2 for 2. Just the 61 needed of 33 overs. With a current run rate, the par score on DL.
It's an interesting read, this.
Yeah. If for some reason the teams were to come off,
swarm of bees or something, maybe.
Lights. Well, I once stopped a game in Trinity for good light. The sun was reflecting off the buildings in Trinity, and the batsman couldn't see anything. So we had to, till the sun went around another building to create nearly a shadow, we had to have them off the pitch.
Nicely nudged down by Jack, just right in the bounce, just down to third man there.
So I can't see that happening stage. There's not enough glass around for anything to get in the batsman's eye. But yeah, DL would have the par scores 51 at this point in the match.
So what you're trying to tell me is that Pembroke are in the box seat?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if we lose a couple of quick wickets, we'll do a Bull Durham and get the pipes on to the outfield and waterlog the place. Oh, just trying to nudge. Not needed from Garth.
No.
With the wiki up like that, and then he plays the shot he should have played. But again, to
be fair to the keeper, he's taking it quite comfortably, standing up.
Yeah.
I mean, this is
it's very good.
I appreciate that it's not express pace, but it's not slow.
It's not easy. So we have had a change of bowling here. This is Dines back on, and that's where you want it. Give yourself a chance at that line of length.
A stronger shot than the fiddly little one that he just tried to play.
Batsmen are delighted when they get a chance to learn their lesson.
It does help.
For the cruelest game there is. So it brings Tector on strike. First time he will face Dines today. Full. Just leaned into. It'll just be a single out to deep extra cover.
You might have slightly more knowledge of this, but
not many people say that to me.
Well, okay. Highest level that Jack got to? I know he's obviously played into provincial.
Yeah, under 19s.
Was under 19s, was there? Okay.
He captained under 19s. They've all captained under 19s. The whole family.
Including Alice?
Alice, yeah.
Oh, very good.
Well, okay, I could be wrong on Alice, but I definitely put a tenner on it that she has.
We'll have to ask. To ask the dad. I'm quite sure he can tell us straight away.
Alice just having had her 17th birthday on Tuesday.
So she still has time, is what you're telling me.
She's already. If they ever let her play under 19s again, where they're starting to push onto the Ireland squads. So there's a bit of talent in the family. Obviously, none of it down to Heatley.
Yeah. We were having an interesting conversation on the previous stint with Hintley about the backyard games of backyard cricket that they used to have I'd say some interesting skills were on show there.
Well, the sledging was immense, I'm sure. Nobody sledges you like your own family.
Not at all. I'd say say dinners afterwards were interesting.
That's why it would have been very interesting. Now, obviously, Pembroke are delighted that the three boys joined us here.
True.
But it would have been very interesting if the three of them had selected different clubs. That could have been made for some great matches.
It's been discussed definitely around other games. That's all right.
To force them into doing it, yeah.
I'm not quite sure forced, but definitely a suggestion. Gotcha.
Yeah, no, it just would have been great, you know, the sibling rivalry up against each other. But obviously Pembroke's gain having them here.
Certainly, as the umpire in the middle, I might have been turning around to other forms of support, saying, "Sorry, guys, I'm not dealing with this.
Yeah.
Can we please have
get your mother out here?
Get the mother out here, please."
Yeah, wait till your father gets home. So that started in, but easily played into the leg side from Garth, and that moves him nicely onto 49. So edging ever closer to that little landmark, the personal landmark for him. He won't be thinking of that though, because it's not like he hasn't been there before. But there he goes, Jack again, just able to nudge that into the leg side. So the speed of the bowling here from Copeland. Is this?
Yeah, it is
Copeland, yeah. Just allowing him to just nudge the ball into the, well, you could say vast open space on the leg side, is just with the field setting.
Just slightly possibly the line that he's bowling as well is not really akin to the field that's been set.
And that brings up JJ Garth's 50. That 50 has come in just 61 deliveries, 4 4s and 1 6.
Very well received by all on Cyril's way.
Yeah. Oh, it's a lovely knock. Yeah, the full crowd is out now on Cyril's way, enjoying the evening sun.
Dare I say there's one or two frothy liquids being downed quite regularly down there.
Yeah, we're missing out up here, but until our job is done. We're professionals here,
I love it how you consider this a job.
You haven't, did you not get your paycheck?
I was told there was an opportunity.
Oh well, yeah. If you
mean invoice.
Invoice, yeah. We do it for the love only. Yeah, it's great fun. That's why we always welcome people like yourself to join us, because all it is people who love the game sitting down and talking, doing what we would do, whether if the camera wasn't here and the microphone wasn't here. And that's why we always welcome guests, commentators from other clubs. To sit down and join us.
Well, as I've been told on regular occasion, you never have to tell me to speak. It's telling me to stop is regularly a problem.
Yeah, that was every school report I ever had. So, Garth to continue. That's well fielded in the covers. It's great from North End. It's like they're not. Obviously, you could let your head drop with only 61 here or 62 here. Needed by Pembroke with 30 overs to go, to let your heads drop, but they're really putting a great effort in the field, supporting their bowlers all the way.
But even looking across their team, I appreciate that there's a few established heads in there, but they've a relatively young side. It'll only benefit them that they're playing against this calibre side.
Always aim upwards. I've never liked players who play down well below their level just to look good.
I think we've all met one or two of those in our past.
Yeah, I could name about 7 clubs, 8 clubs who do. So you always aim up.
That's controversial, and it's also recorded. But anyway,
yeah, the standard disclaimers at the start of the broadcast. No, but you gotta try your best. You know what? It's the only way you learn. And like that, these young bowlers will benefit. And it's great to say you bowled against some of these guys. Like, I mostly only did it at youth level, but some of the players I bowled at, I love saying I got the chance to go up against, future internationals.
Have you still got the same talk to say I took their wicket?
Nobody will believe me, but yeah, I just have a few heads on the mantelpiece. Some match-winning moments, But again, youth cricket's youth cricket. the joy actually in Pembroke, and also my former club Phoenix, was getting to play with youth coming through and help shepherd some of the youth coming onto adult teams who do move on. And it's something, when I played against Pembroke, I noticed a lot that they've always done, and people like Craig Senior, James Cresswell, who were on mic, Kevin Ryan, people like this, helping shepherd through your Josh Littles,
the next breed,
your Barry McCarthy's, facing Josh Little on that junior pitch. Oh, he was only 15, but bloody hell. And getting to play Gavin Hoey when he was a seamer before he had the injury, and then like that in Phoenix, people like Ben White, the Anders brothers who went on to Interpro.
That's a lovely delivery, by the way, shaping away from the bat. But just before I go, I mean, I suppose this is one of the big points, and just echoing that. If you can turn around and say that you have enjoyed a career, a playing career, and then given back to the game that you love in a way that is valuable to that game, whether it be coaching, whether it be playing down the levels to bring through the generation, whether it be officiating, whether it be scoring, whether it be volunteering behind your local bar, doing something at the ground, there is always a role or always something that you can do to give back to your club.
Yep.
And unfortunately, we do see players who have gone, they've played to a level, they've then decided that they're stepping away from the game, and that's fine. And then they turn around and say, right, I've had my game, and effectively I'm taking my ball away, and going home.
That's the saddest thing. The players you don't see again. Yeah, because it's such a family spirit. So we've got a change of bowling here at the St. John's Road ends. The left arm spinner back on, bowling to Garth. Sorry, I'm not great with the names.
Could this end up being this, just with the glorious weather that we have? Will it be the season for our spinners really to put on a show? And I'm talking around the country here.
I'm never going to predict Irish weather, and it's going to stay. We're going to have a summer. Not too many. I've lived through them all. So the 07, the 08s.
Where'd you get the barbecue? Where'd you get the barbecue?
Aldi.
Barbecue.
Oh, Garth. That's well into the junior pitch from Garth. That's a great straight drive for 6. Absolutely no doubt where as soon as he struck that was going all the way.
I don't know if anybody heard the comments in the background regarding barbecues, but they are available at other retailers apart from Aldi.
Unless Aldi wants to sponsor us, like I'm bigging up them big time here. I've had many people coming up asking me about it. Can't beat it. It's just again the joys of being in days like today, with the weather like today.
Sticking in the boot of the car, job done.
Well, yeah. Now I'm leaving it here for the summer. Not bringing that home and in every time. So, yeah, Garth moves in to this 57. Just cuts that away out to points. Again, it'll just be one fielder out there, but it's an easy walk one. And again, when you're needing 8 wickets, you do have to wonder what the skipper's going to try here.
You need to find pressure from somewhere.
Now, this is where you don't want to be a skipper, because everywhere you look, as soon as you change the field, the batsmen seem to be able to counter it. Again, just a dab into the leg and an easy one.
Unfortunately, it might end up being one of those games where, in the hunt for wickets, that you just end up being well beaten inside the over rate. But those are the chances. Those are the calls that have to be made.
It stays like today. You wish you had 12, 13 fielders. There's always a gap.
I think North End wish they had another 100 runs.
Yeah.
But
yes, more importantly, 100 runs. But the form Garth is showing here today, if you feel as if he can put it anywhere at any time. So it's hard to create pressure. So you feel for the North Down bowlers. You just kind of wonder, where am I going to put it? But again, that's a tidy over from Kerr, bar to 6, which is just, unfortunately, that's a spinner's life.
it's tidy, but it's just adding to the woes.
Yeah, 8-9 runs from the over. Going back to it, if you're at North Down, it's such a great youthful side. Wow. Warringstown, done a man in 97 without loss in the 14th over. Still a hell of a long way. What's it? 262 at 7. So that's a big ask. Couple of wickets. Yeah. So I think I'm leaving at this.
I think we're both gone.
Oh, Will.
No,
Just Will.
Well, Graham, it's been a pleasure. Thoroughly enjoyed my day. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, you're always welcome to keep coming back whenever you're not actually working. Like, you're usually obviously busy.
I'd like to have been busy today, I have to be quite honest with you, Graham, but that's life.
Your name didn't come out of the hat.
Yeah, we'll leave it at that.
Yeah. Ooh, I'm going to stir the pot once he's gone.
I'm still coming around.
I am no longer a member of the Umpires Association. I haven't paid my fees, so I can say what I want.
I'm going to run away before I get in real trouble here. See you, folks.
Thank you, Will. I won't give his last name in case nobody knows who that was. And I'm joined again by Mr. Tector Heatley. Welcome back.
Thank you very much, Graham. Lovely to be back. Glorious day. First round of the Irish Senior Cup. Pembroke hosting North Down. Pembroke really just cruising it currently, Graham.
Yeah, you feel they're in third gear?
Yeah, that's a good description. Yeah.
There's always they could put their foot down if needed, but they don't need to. So just pottering along gently, nicely, taking the runs where they're offered.
Well, I always say, Graham, in a situation like this, there is no substitute for batting in the middle.
Oh, yes.
None. So you are so right. Just take your time. Plenty of runs will come.
Oh, lovely.
And there is 6 of them.
That's another lovely straight drive from Garrett. Strike back over the bowler's head. Yeah, it's just at the moment, obviously, Pembroke are living the dream with their batsmen so far this season. Garrett's now into the 60s. And at the other end, Jack Tector, who just had the 100 last week. So obviously he's in a bit of form.
Yeah. You're right. Pembroke are spoilt for choice when it comes to, well, I'd say every facet of the game, really, when you look at who's not playing today, and I'm not talking just the internationals. When you think of Ollie Riley as well, who's going to try and work his way back into this side, and
because obviously Luke Murray has stepped up.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, his brother Dan, who didn't play today but did play in there. Oh, another lovely shot out to Cow, safe shots. They'll get an easy 2 here.
Yeah.
Dan, who wasn't playing but did play in the Leinster Cup last week and did very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is an abundance, and a few twos players who are obviously who are there or thereabouts, who are just it's hard to, and this is why it's important for the batsmen to stay out there.
100%. Yeah.
Cement your spots.
Well, I think of, and you'll forgive me for saying this, but when I look at Pembroke now, it's a similar scenario to which my old club YM were in 12 years ago. You have so many wonderful young cricketers coming through the ranks, Graham.
Ah, well, you were blessed with Kamal and that youth. Youth structure.
Yes. He was terrific.
Yeah. No, the level of. But it's all about the kids.
Oh, sure.
And again, why I take my hats off to North Town. They've some good-looking youth players. Obviously, not going their way so far today.
Nicely played by Jack, just running a single down to sort of short third. Yes, I agree with you. When I looked at the North Down side and just talking to some of the guys from North Down earlier today, and they are excited with what's coming through their ranks, and rightly so, because North Down are a great club, steeped in the finest of cricketing history, of course, up in the NCU.
We're just blessed that we have at the moment the balance to cover bringing through that can.
But I think the great thing about that is, when you bring through your youngsters into a side like this and they're playing with, very senior cricketers and very hardened cricketers, they can't but learn an enormous amount.
Yeah.
You just from watching them,
Yeah.
It's a nice shot.
Yeah, just
Jack
again,
just
a
pushed
gentle
down the
push.
ground. Yeah, lovely.
Proper cricket.
Yeah, proper cricket. Good description.
Yeah, I'm being old school. It's just a joy to watch the ball on the ground. I hate the IPL. I do not watch it. Oh, that's a chance.
That's another
No,
six.
it's
No,
just- Yep,
that's
6.
another 6.
I just thought it came off the side of the bat for a moment, but I was wrong.
Do you know something? I thought when he hit his 6th, the far end down the Willfield Road end, I thought his bat sounded a little cracky.
Yeah.
And I thought the same there, Graham. It just, I'd hate to see him with a big bat in his hand. Maybe I'm doing his bat a disservice, but JJ is such a wonderful cricketer.
He's got the full package.
No, he's a great cricketer.
And still not the best in his family.
Yeah.
Oh, he's balled up.
As I say that.
Jinxed. He's looking at the pitch. He doesn't know what's happened there.
I think it was just the arm ball.
Yeah,
I think that's what it was. And beautifully bowled from the bowler, to be fair to him.
No, brilliant.
Having gone for a 6.
He's kept working hard and he's got his reward.
Yeah.
I think he was batting so well. JJ just doesn't know how that got through him. But I think he just got, here we'll see it now, I think he just got caught on his crease.
I think you're right. I think we'll see it now on...
Yeah, it's kept a little low, but
good delivery. Good brave delivery as well. JJ Garth departs.
That's a superb knock from him, though.
Yeah, getting a great round of applause from
74 from just 81 deliveries.
Yeah, terrific.
4 4s and 4 6s.
Yeah.
But well done to Josh Corbett. He's kept working hard. He's picked up his 2nd wicket.
There you go.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And it's all experience.
Yeah.
We were just actually quickly, we were talking earlier. So Jack, Tim, Harry, all captain under 19s.
They did.
I said Alice has. We weren't sure.
She has.
I was right.
She has, yeah, she has. Didn't captain them at the under 19 World Cup this year because she was injured. Well, she may not have been captain, of course. But
she has led the side.
She has, yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
And she has another
couple of years.
Another 3 years, yeah. So
yeah.
she has plenty of time.
We just also mentioned about her happy birthday during
Tuesday. Sure. Yeah. She had a lovely day. Could you think of a nicer way to celebrate your birthday by playing a game of cricket with your friends and them all giving you birthday cakes and lovely cookies and being spoiled rotten, Graham.
And a nice rendition of Happy Birthday.
Yeah, it was lovely. Yeah, lovely.
Yeah. Granted, she could have been nice and lost the game, but anyway.
Yeah.
But it was a great win for Phoenix on the final ball defending.
Well, it was a cracking game of cricket.
Yeah.
It really was a cracking game of cricket.
And we just hope to see her back bowling.
Yes. I hope. I'm not sure when, to be honest with you. She had stress fractures down the bottom left or right of her back and came back from Bangladesh in November and really hadn't bowled until about maybe a fortnight, maybe 3 weeks ago. And just when she was trying to hit her full straps,
just a little
something again there. And I think the common sense approach was just stop now and you've plenty of time. And the fact that she can play, and field and maybe get a bat and just be part of it is what we all love about cricket.
Well, that's a lovely straight drive.
It's a gorgeous shot.
4 runs. That's a lovely way to come to the crease for Gavin Hoey. Just a second delivery and straight drive back down the ground for 4.
Yeah,
it's much better how they look after the youth of today.
Well, it's important, Graham. You've got to, Alice is a young, fast bowler in her own mind, and Irish cricket need young girls who can bowl quick.
Exactly.
And she has, as we said, plenty of years in which to perfect her art. So let's just put the brakes on now and...
Yeah, no. She has, as you said, plenty of time. 1 or 2 games without doing...
Yeah.
So we have Dimes continuing from the nursery end. This is into his 5th over. He's bowled tidily, again, under what the run rate is. So he's doing well on a tough day. But a fine man to come in here now, Howie, because he can play both long handle, short handle, as some would put it.
Well, Gavin has developed into a superb all-round cricketer. Bat, ball in the field, very athletic.
But also the brain as well, obviously, that goes with captaincy.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Little unlucky there, but good work on the part.
Yeah, run saved.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's going to sting a little, but that's what the cold beverage on the bus home will be.
Yeah, exactly.
So just the 19 runs now needed by Pembroke.
I had to just do a quick errand there before I came on air. And I was half thinking as I was following the game, coming back down to the ground, potentially, would Pembroke look to wrap things up by drinks?
Yeah, well, there is obviously, look, 1 over, something could go crazy, but again, there's no need.
Absolutely.
There's no bonus points.
Absolutely.
There's no bonus points.
Yeah.
I've often said I much prefer my games where you won in the last over than to,
Well, we go back to that fantastic game of cricket on Thursday night.
Yeah, there's no better feeling.
How fantastic a game of cricket was it?
And we had former internationals up against future internationals and current internationals.
Oh, it was fantastic.
And a great balance of youth on both teams.
Yeah, lovely.
Yeah, that's the joy, I have to say, of the women's game and why I put so much effort in on supporting, because you get so many good games. It's unbelievable. The how enjoyable they can be.
Well, Thursday night was one of the absolute pleasures to be down here.
Yeah, well, we're here again on Thursday, our first 11. In fact, actually our second 11 and third 11 ladies are playing, women are playing tomorrow here in Pembroke on a Sunday.
Okay.
Rare for a women's game to be on a weekend.
That's unusual.
Yeah, but it's a double header T20.
Okay.
Cup games.
That's shot from Jack Tector.
Lovely put away, short, down the leg side. And it's just turning it around the corner.
Just steered it wide of the man at backward square there.
An easy 4.
Yeah.
With using the pace, he didn't overhit it.
No.
All about the placement. So yeah, they'll get the opportunity to probably play on the same track as this. It'll hold up.
Great, lovely.
And get to hopefully the same weather.
So both the seconds and thirds?
Yes.
Great. What time?
To 12 o'clock start.
Okay.
And 4 o'clock for the second match.
Oh, lovely.
And anyone can tune in again on our YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Both games will be aired.
Great.
And then the women's first are back again next Thursday against Rush. Again in Pembroke, so luckily we'll be on camera.
Okay.
Another first round of the Leinster Senior.
Nicely played. Just square the wicket off the back foot. Pushed out for a single. Pembroke moving on now to 159, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 159. So just the 13 more runs needed. Like that, 4 deliveries until drinks. If you're the umpire, you would be, chance, no, cut away, drops just in front of the fielder and then squirts through for at least 2.
It was a tricky one for the fielder. It was that awful spinning away from you scenario in which sort of backward point hates, I would have thought.
Because it's bouncing in front of you.
Yes, absolutely.
They're a nightmare. Absolute nightmare.
Just looking at this young leg spinner. I think I'm right in saying it's great that he's bowling to Gavin, who's such an established leg spinner. It's great.
Well, I hope he was watching when Gavin was bowling, because this is the thing. Growing up, you're always taught, watch, don't be in the nets. Watch what's going on out there. It's a great way of learning. Little shorts, punched away, but again, fielded well in the covers. No run. Now, if you're the umpire, I would not be taking drinks.
Neither would I.
Do you not?
I was just about to say that.
But don't take drinks, please.
No, there's no sign of it.
Yeah, it's sensible.
Is,
You give them 2 overs, maybe 3.
Here's that short delivery that Jack.
Yeah, picked the length very quickly.
Yeah.
And he knows, again, with the joy of this outfield, you don't have to smash it. You just have to put it in the right spot.
It's extraordinary to think that this is a May outfield.
You know, it feels July-ish.
It doesn't it?
Yeah.
It does have that July feel to it, and as does the wicket.
Yeah.
I mean, the one thing I couldn't get over today is looking at Byron McDonough, the carry he was getting.
Yeah. The extra bit of bounce.
You know, Greg was taking a lot of stuff cup-handed, you know.
No, I'm sure Greg was really appreciating that track. Easy to wicket keep.
Yeah.
So change of bowling. I assume this will be one of the openers. So Davidson back on. We're just waiting for NV because again, unfortunately, I don't know all the names. It's great to see new players I haven't seen before.
Yeah, it's lovely. I agree with you. Lovely.
The joy of the Irish thing.
Yeah. Oh, it was and remains my favourite competition in cricket on the island of Ireland. I love it. Nicely bowled. Well played. Just pushed for no single. Pembroke 161, chasing 173 for victory. We're in the 26th over.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, imagine North Down playing Railway Union. Same jerseys.
Yes, actually, yeah. Just noticing that now. Yeah, they both are almost identical, obviously different sponsor.
Yeah, but they are absolutely identical, I think.
Yeah, they went to the same template.
Yep, they're lovely.
Yeah.
Very smart.
Look, you do get that a lot with the clubs. Very few have, like Clontarf stand out with their blue.
Yeah, yeah.
Marion obviously with their green.
Yeah, but red and black is probably the predominant colour in Irish club cricket.
It seems to be. I have to say, I do like the Clontarf blue.
Yeah, so do I. Yeah, it's lovely. Yeah.
I've always been in favour of. I wish they'd brought in pyjama cricket a lot sooner at the lower levels.
Pyjama cricket, yeah.
It's
a great name.
Still prefer the red ball.
Yeah, okay.
But obviously, I still think you could wear colours and have a red ball with a proper side
Nicely
screen.
played by Tector, just tucked around.
But I always said for growing the game,
it
was easier if people walking by. You can spot that's one team, that's the other team.
Yeah, yeah.
Instead of trying to explain, those 22 guys in white are actually playing against each other.
Yeah. It's been a good over from Davidson, this. On the money, and on the money again to finish the over, I think. Very
finish.
good. Yeah, excellent over.
Now, we were both glad that they didn't take drinks. The question is, he going to go how far do they?
How far do they go?
10 maidens in a row and we still haven't had a drink.
I think if that's the case, the visitors from North Down might be looking,
I think
growling at the umpires saying, "Where's my drink?"
Yeah, I love the Howard Larwood story about drinks in Australia. And obviously playing for England and Australia and, in the 30 degrees heat or whatever in the 20s. And the captain goes to Larwood, what you want to drink at the drinks break? And I'll have a bottle of beer. And the English can't, no, you can't have a bottle of beer. It's, you're playing international sport. You're not having a bottle of beer. So drinks coming in, Larwood goes, no, I'm not having anything. He walks off. Steams in, ball away. Next drinks break coming out. There is 11. Oh, lovely shot again there from Tector. Just pushed out for one to the deep square. A bottle of beer hidden in amongst 10 other drinks. And Larwood got his bottle of beer.
No doubt, well deserved, I would have thought.
Yes. Yes. A legend.
Oh, an absolute legend.
Yes. I got to see his boots in the MCG museum.
Okay.
Doing the tour there once.
Yeah.
And was lucky enough to step on the pitch.
Yes, so was I.
Oh, that's a joy.
So was I. I was there for when we beat England.
Oh, we've met. Well, I was there doing a tour with my future wife, and it was only the two of us on the tour.
Oh wow, you lucky duck!
Because it was Melbourne Cup Day. No interest in racing.
Course,
so
okay,
we rocked up thinking, not thinking, and the woman who led us around, we got a personalised tour.
Ah, how wonderful is that?
And I even got to step on the pitch.
Wow.
It felt like Gladiator walking out and looking around. We only went out 10 feet or whatever, but still.
Gorgeous, yeah.
Beautiful.
I'm sure it's one of the great
grounds.
cricketing grounds of the world.
Of course, the members area, she brought us in there as well. And what I love is the male toilets in the members area, at the urinal, there's a window. So you never miss the action out on the pitch.
Go away.
So
that is fantastic.
There's a little rectangle window.
So you can
look out.
Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, so you can always see the
obviously
crease.
a cricketing architect, Graham.
Yes, very much so. No, lovely place. Shot from Howie, but
Good
no
shot.
run.
Fielders at short extras done a very good job the last couple of overs.
Yeah, all you can do in a match like this, in a stage like this, is have your own personal battle with the game.
Absolutely.
Make sure you're not the winning run. You're always trying to be the bowler who doesn't give away the winning run.
Yeah.
Or the fielder who drops a little chance.
Yeah.
That's all you can hope for.
So 9 runs required. Pembroke now 165 for 3.
Yeah, 27 overs gone.
I think 8 runs required. Am I right? Is it one? Yes.
Yeah, 173.
173. Thank you.
8 runs. Yeah. Yeah.
Been warm work for our umpires today, hasn't it?
Yeah. I was only commenting this year to some of the umpires. Did they miss the old butcher's coats? They weren't good on a hot sunny day.
Yeah. I have to say, I like the purple and black. I think it's very smart.
And this year, with the Leinster umpires, they also have an off-field uniform.
Yeah.
Very pretty.
Yeah, it's lovely. It's lovely.
Totally different from my day.
But isn't it great?
Oh, no.
Progress.
Absolutely brilliant.
Progress, yeah.
No, we still had our little white shirts and, maybe a hat. Nobody was always fully dressed the same. Some had the old. The first step up was when they brought in the uniforms jackets, which was a lovely little jacket. But no, this is proper umpiring gear, and it's great for the umpires.
Of course it is.
You look the part, you feel the part.
Absolutely. And how fortunate we are with so many of them in our game. So many really good umpires. Nicely played from Tector. Will he look for a second?
Oh, he will.
Yeah,
that's great.
He will.
Calling. Quick.
That's really good running.
He's done well because he really had the legs pushed off him today out in the deep.
Yeah.
Running up and down that boundary. He didn't have the easy life in the ring.
Yeah. Well, again, he did the right thing. He ran the first really hard. And it's an old-fashioned saying in the game, but it's as true now as it ever was.
But that's the thing about this game. It doesn't change the level you play at, the basics.
Of course.
Whether it's under 11s, B or C team,
makes no odds,
or the internationals.
Yeah.
Some things are universal.
Yes, absolutely.
Eye on the ball, run the first one hard. You know,
yeah.
Backing up.
Yeah.
Body behind it.
Yeah.
Never changes.
Yeah. Long barrier when you're young, and it stays with you for life.
Yeah. Oh, well bowled.
Well bowled, very well bowled. He's been very impressive since he came back.
Yeah, he's showing that fight that you want.
Yeah.
Because obviously today might be your day, but you want to look to next week.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll be back in
Comer.
In Gomber, they'll be back in the throes of their senior league, and
you want to show today to the skipper, give me the ball next week.
Yes, absolutely.
Trust me.
In comes Davidson. Nicely played by Tector, just soft hands, lovely, I like that.
And straight through with Howie, great calling.
Yeah.
And that is the end of the over. Another fine over, but again with just the tide of the match, the space is there for the batsmen just to dab the ball around and take the ones. And fortunately for Notre Dame, they haven't had any pressure at all today.
Yeah. Really, they needed quick wickets.
Or another 100 on the board.
Or another 100, yeah.
Now, you'd still feel, judging by this, that Pembroke would have got that, but you never know with that 100 on the board.
That brings its own pressure, of course it does. And
I think the change in the match was when Copeland, the skipper, got out.
Yes, no doubt about it. Because he looked a very good cricketer, didn't he?
It was a great knock.
Yeah, it was a great knock.
We were talking about the 3 figures until James jinxed him.
Yeah.
But it was poised at that stage.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And then you know, they were 150 odd for 3.
Yeah, going nicely.
Yeah, you're talking about getting into the last 10 overs.
Yeah,
and then,
absolutely. Yeah.
unfortunately, when he fell, it was just the batters to follow.
And
tight
Pembroke have the experience to squeeze really hard at that stage and just put the pressure on.
Yeah, that's lovely. That's a lovely
nice
shot from
yeah.
Hector. They're going to get to. Oh, they decide not to. They probably would have got there.
I think they would have. Yeah.
I think that's one of the things that Nick Stapleton again instilled when his 2 years here was it may not look like you're in it, but you can change it. And they showed it in games last year. They had 2 ties in the season where they looked like they'd thrown away the game and they fought back to get the wickets, to get the ties. And then, obviously, in the final league game of the season against Marion, it looked like a low total to defend. Marion were cruising.
They were dead and buried.
Yeah,
yeah.
And they came back.
Yeah.
And again, Howie, along with Stapleton, McDonough, changed the game and won the league.
Yeah.
So that is something, again, a young side will learn.
Nicely played again. Just pushed out to extra.
Yeah.
Quick call of yes.
Simple cricket.
Gavin responds immediately.
So we were also discussing. What were the backyard games like? A lot of sledging.
Yeah.
Oh, that's short and that's punished. Nobody's out there, understandably, and that's crashed into the boundary.
And that
is match. That is game. That's a unfortunate way for North Down to finish. Just one drop short, and Howie was quick to pounce, and that brings the score to 174. A victory by 7 wickets for Pembroke, and a glorious stay here in the Brook. And that's the first round of the Irish Cup navigated.
And before we say our goodbyes, Graham, we might just have a look at the scorecard here.
Yeah.
And we'll run through the North Down innings, and in turn we'll have a look at the Pembroke innings. But if we just look at the North Down...
The North Down, or here's the... which.
Okay, we'll look at the Pembroke batting, and... Tim Tector, a sharp 33 off 20 deliveries, gave them a good platform. JJ Garth with a splendid 74.
A little
cameo from the pro, an excellent knock again. A very good knock from Jack Tector, just played proper cricket, and Gavin did exactly what was required.
Yeah, and the boys in the hutch had a nice relaxing day in their shorts.
Yeah.
Glad to see them get home. But it was a decent effort with the ball from North Down. Not easy to defend 172 on such a good day.
Absolutely. I was really impressed with Davidson when he came back there. I thought he did very well.
Yeah, his first 2 overs, obviously, in the power play didn't go to plan.
Yeah.
But that's the power play. Tector and Gart are so good at it. Any errors from the bowler, they do latch on. Mohammed Abdil again in the power play probably has had better days with the ball.
Yeah.
But the young spinners.
You talked about the youngsters, and I'm looking at Corbett and Carruthers and Dines and McClure Dalzell, and fantastic experience for them.
Certainly none of them did terribly.
Not at all.
In and around what run rates are, and so Corbett picking up 2 wickets, he'll be delighted with that, and Copeland with the other. Yeah. But you have to say, it was a job done by Pembroke today.
Yeah, it certainly was. Today is one of the great days in Irish cricket. It's the first round of the Irish Senior Cup. Pembroke drawn at home to North Down, and convincing winners, you would have to say, by 7 wickets. It's been a pleasure bringing the cricket to you today. Thanks to Niall and Craig and all the brilliant crew down here in Pembroke, and to you, Graham. Thank you for allowing me join with you.
Absolutely brilliant.
Really enjoyed it.
Our first time, I think, having 7 commentators.
Yeah, isn't that fantastic?
We all had a little dabble and a little.
Fantastic.
But as ever, Niall the genius that lets us enjoy our days out in the sun. So everybody, thank you for watching. We're going to leave it there. But again, we are live again tomorrow for 2 women's matches here in Pembroke. Hope you can join us. But again, thank you from me and everyone else on the crew here. Hope you have a good evening.
And a very good evening.